I was 24 years old when I learned that the world is not nearly as loud as we think it is. At that age, I considered myself an experienced hiker. I had spent my weekends trekking through the Appalachian Trail and my summers exploring the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest. I was comfortable with isolation. In fact, I craved it. There is a specific kind of ego that comes with being young and fit in the great outdoors. You feel as though you have mastered the terrain simply because you have the right gear and a reliable map. I was working a mundane job in data entry at the time, and the silence of the woods was the only thing that kept me sane during the long work weeks. It was late September when I decided to drive out to a remote section of the Ozarks. I had heard rumors from local hikers about a specific ridge that did not appear on most commercial trail maps. They called it the Silent Rise. The drive took nearly 6 hours. By the time I reached the gravel turnout where I intended to park my truck, the sun was beginning its slow descent toward the horizon. I knew I should have waited until morning to start the ascent, but I was impatient. I had a high-quality headlamp and a light camping setup. I figured I could reach the summit by dusk, set up my tent, and wake up to the most spectacular sunrise of my life. That was my first mistake. It is a common error among people like me. We mistake our familiarity with nature for a form of protection. We assume that because we love the wild will be kind to us in return. I packed my bag, laced my boots tight, and stepped into the tree line. The initial hike was standard. The air was thick with the smell of damp pine and decaying leaves. I could hear the rhythmic crunch of my own footsteps on the dry needles and the occasional scurry of a squirrel or a chipmunk in the underbrush. The woods were alive. Crickets were beginning their evening chorus, and the wind was whispering through the high canopy of the oaks. It was comforting. This was the acoustic texture of the wilderness that I knew and loved. I checked my compass frequently. The ridge I was looking for was supposed to be a steep, isolated mound that sat apart from the main chain of hills. About 2 miles into the trek, the incline became much sharper. I found myself breathing heavily, the air cooling as I gained elevation. The trail, if you could even call it that, had vanished. I was navigating by instinct and the occasional glimpse of the peak through the thinning branches. It was around 5:30 in the evening when I noticed the first anomaly. It was subtle at first. I had stopped to take a drink from my water bottle, leaning against a large gray boulder. As I stood there, I realized that the wind had died down completely. This was not unusual for a valley, but I was on an exposed slope. There should have been a breeze. I waited for a moment, expecting the leaves to rustle or a bird to call out in the distance. Nothing happened. The air felt heavy, almost pressurized, like the moment right before a massive thunderstorm breaks. I shook it off, attributing it to the change in atmospheric pressure as I climbed higher. I continued upward, my heart rate increasing from the exertion. As I moved, I realized that the sounds of the forest behind me were fading away far too quickly. Usually, the sound of a forest carries. You can hear a stream or a distant highway for miles in the right conditions. But as I crossed a small, rocky plateau that led to the final stretch of the hill, it felt as though I had stepped through an invisible curtain. The transition was jarring. One moment, I could hear the faint, distant hum of the world I had left behind. The next moment, there was nothing. I do not mean that it was quiet. I mean that the concept of sound seemed to have been erased from the environment. I stopped moving. I expected to hear the rustle of my nylon jacket or the clink of the metal carabiners on my pack. I heard them, but they sounded wrong. They were flat and muffled, as if I were listening to them through several layers of thick wool. I cleared my throat, intending to hum a small tune just to break the tension. The sound that came out of my mouth was strangled. It did not travel. It felt as though the air itself was absorbing the vibrations before they could leave my lips. I looked around, my eyes searching for any sign of life. There were no insects buzzing in the tall grass. There were no birds circling in the sky. Even the trees on this part of the hill looked different. They were stunted and twisted, their branches frozen in odd reaching positions. They did not move, even though I could see clouds moving rapidly across the sky above me. There was wind up there, but down here, on the surface of the silent rise, the atmosphere was a vacuum. I felt a cold prickle of sweat break out across my forehead. My internal alarm system, the one we all inherited from ancestors who had to hide from predators in the dark, began to scream. I should have turned back right then. Every rational part of my brain told me that this was an atmospheric phenomenon that I did not understand and that it was potentially dangerous. Perhaps there was a high concentration of some gas, or maybe the geography of the hill created a literal acoustic shadow. But curiosity is a powerful drug. I wanted to see the top. I wanted to know if the silence would break once I reached the summit. I forced my legs to move, each step feeling heavier than the last. The higher I went, the more the silence seemed to press against my eardrums. It was a physical weight. I reached the crest of the hill just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and deep orange. The view should have been breathtaking. I could see for miles in every direction. I could see the rolling hills of the Ozarks stretching out like a frozen sea, but I could not enjoy it. The silence was absolute now. It was so profound that I began to hear things I was never meant to hear. I could hear the internal workings of my own body. I could hear the wet slide of my joints as I moved my arms. I could hear the rush of blood through the carotid arteries in my neck, and then there was my heartbeat. At first, it was just a dull thud in the back of my mind, but as I stood there on that desolate, silent peak, the sound of my heart began to grow. It was not getting faster, but it was getting louder. It sounded like a heavy drum being struck deep underground. Thump, in existence. I covered my ears with my hands, but that only made it worse. The sound was coming from inside. It echoed in my skull, vibrating through my teeth. I felt a sense of profound vulnerability. Without the background noise of the world to anchor me, I felt like I was disappearing. I was just a collection of biological noises in a place that hated sound. I looked down at the ground near my feet. The soil was a pale, ashy gray, devoid of any grass or moss. I noticed a small pile of stones that looked like they had been deliberately stacked. It was a cairn, but it was not like any trail marker I had ever seen. The stones were balanced in a way that seemed to defy gravity, forming a thin, tapering spire. I reached out a hand, intending to see if it was solid, but I stopped inches away. A sudden, sharp realization hit me. If I knocked those stones over, they would make a sound. And for some reason, the thought of making a loud noise in this place terrified me more than the silence itself. It felt like a taboo. It felt like waking something up that had been asleep for a very long time. I stood frozen on the summit, the sun disappearing and the shadows of the twisted trees stretching out like long, dark fingers. The heartbeat in my ears was now so loud that it was rhythmic and hypnotic. I felt a strange urge to stop breathing, just to see if the silence could become even more complete. My mind was beginning to fracture under the pressure of the sensory deprivation. I remembered stories of people who spent time in anechoic chambers and went mad within an hour. I had only been on this hill for 20 minutes, and I was already losing my grip on reality. Then I saw it. It was a movement at the edge of the tree line, about 50 yards down the slope I had just climbed. It was not an animal. It was too tall and too thin, a pale shape that blended almost perfectly with the gray trunks of the dead trees. It did not make a sound as it moved. It did not rustle the leaves. It simply drifted between the shadows. I blinked, thinking it was an optical illusion caused by the fading light and my own mounting panic. But when I opened my eyes, the shape was closer. It was standing perfectly still now, watching me. I could not see a face. It was just a silhouette of something that did not belong in the natural world. My heart hammered against my ribs, the sound now a deafening roar in my head. I realized then that the hill had not just swallowed the sound of the wind and the birds. It had swallowed the sound of my approach. Whatever that thing was, it had been waiting for something to bring noise back to this place. It was a predator that hunted not by sight or smell, but by the very vibrations of life itself. I was a beacon of noise in a world of absolute stillness. I did not think, I did not plan. I simply turned and began to run. But as my boots hit the gray earth, the sound they made was not a thud. It was a sharp, high-pitched crack like glass breaking. The hill was fighting back. Every movement I made felt like I was tearing a hole in the atmosphere. The silence was no longer a passive quality of the environment. It was an active force, and I was violating its sanctuary. I scrambled down the steep incline, my lungs burning as I gasped for air. Every breath sounded like a gale-force wind. Every heartbeat felt like a physical blow to my chest. I did not look back. I knew that if I looked back, I would see that pale, silent shape closing the gap. I had to get off the hill. I had to find the world where things were allowed to make noise. I had to escape the hill that swallowed sound before it decided to swallow me too. The descent was a blur of frantic motion and suffocating stillness. My boots struck the ashy soil with that terrifying glass-like ring, a sound so brittle and sharp that it felt as though the very ground might shatter beneath my weight. I was no longer a hiker navigating a familiar landscape. I was a trespasser in a kingdom that recognized my presence as a biological insult. Every gasp for air that left my throat sounded like a scream in the heavy, pressurized atmosphere. I could feel the presence behind me, though I could hear nothing of its movement. It was a pressure on the back of my neck, a coldness that seemed to suck the warmth from my skin even through the layers of my clothing. I reached the rocky plateau where the transition had first occurred. I expected to feel the air thin or the sound return as I crossed that invisible threshold, but the silence followed me. It clung to my clothes like a physical residue. I stumbled over a jagged stone, my hands scraping against the dry earth. The impact produced a sound like a thunderclap in the muted world of the rise. I scrambled back to my feet, my palms raw and stinging, but I did not stop to check the damage. The pale shape was no longer 50 yards away. It had closed the distance with a speed that defied the laws of physics, gliding through the twisted trees without disturbing a single leaf or snapping a single twig. It was a shadow-given form, a void in the shape of a man, and it was moving with a singular, terrifying purpose. The slope grew steeper as I neared the lower elevations. I was moving too fast, my momentum threatening to send me tumbling down the ravine, but the fear of what was behind me outweighed the fear of the fall. I could see the line of healthy oaks and pines in the distance, their branches swaying in a wind I could not feel. That was the boundary. If I could reach the trees where the crickets still sang and the wind still whispered, I believed I would be safe. But the forest floor beneath me began to change. The ashy soil gave way to a thick gray moss that seemed to drink the sound of my footsteps entirely. Suddenly, my flight was silent. The transition from the sharp, cracking sounds to absolute muteness was even more disorienting than the initial silence had been. I lost my footing and slid several feet down a muddy bank, my body thudding against a fallen log. I waited for the sound of the impact, for the groan of the wood or the rustle of the dry leaves, but there was nothing. I was a ghost moving through a ghost world. I looked back up the ridge. The The pale figure stood at the top of the bank, looking down at me. It had no eyes, no mouth, no recognizable features, yet I felt its gaze with a clarity that made my blood run cold. It did not descend the bank. It simply stood there, its long, thin limbs hanging at its sides, as if it were waiting for me to realize something. I crawled away from the log, my movements clumsy and sluggish. My head was spinning. The absence of sound was beginning to affect my balance. Without the auditory cues of my environment, my brain could not properly process where my body was in space. I felt as though I were floating in a dark pool, my limbs disconnected from my will. I forced myself to focus on the distant green of the lower forest. I dragged myself forward, my fingers digging into the cold, damp moss. With every inch I gained, the pressure in my ears increased. It felt as if someone were pressing their thumbs against my eardrums, trying to force them into my skull. Then the first sound returned. It was not a bird or a breeze. It was a low, vibrating hum that seemed to come from the earth itself. It was a frequency so deep that I felt it in my marrow before I heard it with my ears. It was the sound of the hill breathing. The hum grew in intensity, rising in pitch until it became a physical pain. I covered my ears and curled into a ball, my eyes squeezed shut. The sound was a command. It was the hill telling me to stay, to become part of the stillness, to stop the noisy, frantic beating of my heart. I found a reserve of strength I did not know I possessed. I shoved myself off the ground and sprinted toward the tree line. The hum pursued me, a wall of vibration that pushed against my back. I could see the light of the moon beginning to filter through the canopy ahead. The silver glow felt like a lifeline. I burst through a thicket of thorns, the branches tearing at my face and arms, and suddenly the world exploded with noise. The transition was like being hit by a freight train. The sound of 1,000 crickets, the rustle of 1,000,000 leaves, and the distant, lonely cry of an owl rushed into my ears all at once. I fell to my knees, gasping for air, my chest heaving. The silence was gone. The pressure had vanished. I turned around, expecting to see the pale figure or the gray, ashy slope of the silent rise, but there was only the dark, normal woods. The ridge was hidden behind a veil of night and dense foliage. I stayed there for a long time, listening to the beautiful, chaotic noise of the living world. My truck was still parked where I had left it, a squat, mechanical shape in the moonlight. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently that it took 3 tries to unlock the door. I threw my pack into the passenger seat and climbed behind the wheel, locking the doors immediately. I did not turn on the interior light. I sat in the darkness, the engine idling, the hum of the heater, a comforting roar in the small cabin. I drove away from that place and did not look back. I drove for 3 hours before I stopped at a brightly lit gas station. I needed to see people. I needed to hear the mundane sounds of a television playing in the background, the ding of the door sensor, and the bored chatter of a clerk. I walked into the station, my clothes torn and my face scratched, but the clerk barely looked up from his magazine. He was whistling a tuneless melody. To him, the world was as it had always been. He did not know that just a few miles away, there was a place where sound went to die. I bought a coffee. I did not want just to hear the sound of the coins clinking on the counter. I stood by the condiment stand for 10 minutes, stirring the liquid with a plastic stick, listening to the rhythmic scrape of the plastic against the paper cup. It was the most beautiful music I had ever heard. I realized then that I would never seek isolation again. I would never crave the silence of the deep woods. I had learned that the world is not quiet. The world is a cacophony of life, a constant struggle against the void that wants to take it all away. When I finally returned home, I could not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt that pressurized heaviness returning. I found myself leaving the television on at a low volume throughout the night. I bought a white noise machine for my bedroom. I filled my apartment with clocks that ticked loudly and wind chimes that rang at the slightest breeze. My friends thought I had become eccentric, or perhaps that the stress of my data entry job was finally getting to me. I did not tell them about the silent rise. I did not tell them about the pale figure that moved without a sound. They would not have understood. They still believed in the safety of the wild. A week later, I was sitting at my desk at work. The office was filled with the typical noises of a corporate environment. The clatter of keyboards, the hum of the copier, the muffled conversations of coworkers in the break room. It was a symphony of the mundane. I was typing a report when I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my ear. It was a familiar pressure, a sensation of being underwater. I stopped typing. The office went quiet, not the normal quiet of a lull in conversation, but the absolute suffocating silence of the ridge. I looked around. My coworkers were still moving. I could see Sarah at the next desk laughing at something on her screen, but no sound came from her throat. I could see the janitor pushing a cart down the hallway, the wheels spinning on the carpet, but there was no squeak, no rattle. I was back in the vacuum. I stood up, my chair scraping across the floor in total silence. I walked to the window and looked out at the city. The cars were moving on the street below, a river of metal and glass, but the city was mute. The world had become a silent film, a pantomime of life. I felt my heart begin to beat against my ribs, thump, just as it had on the summit. I realized then that the silence had not stayed on the hill. It had followed me. It had marked me as a source of noise, and now it was coming to collect its debt. I stood in the center of the silent office, the loud drum of my heart the only thing left in existence, and I waited for the pale shape to emerge from the shadows of the cubicles. I knew now that there was no escape. Once you have heard the silence of the rise, you carry it with you forever. It is a hunger that cannot be satisfied, a void that will eventually swallow every sound you ever make, until there is nothing left but the beat of a heart that is destined to stop. I reached for my phone, wanting to call someone, anyone, just to hear a voice. But as I lifted the receiver, I realized it would be useless. There would be no dial tone. There would be no ringing. There would only be the heavy, pressurized air and the realization that I was truly alone. The silence was not a place. It was a condition, and I was the only one left who could hear it coming. I sat back down at my desk and closed my eyes. I focused on the rhythm of my heart, trying to find some comfort in the only sound I had left. I told myself that as long as I could hear that thumping, I was still alive. I was still a part of the world that made noise, but the thumps were getting further apart. The silence was seeping into my chest, cooling my blood, slowing the internal machinery of my body. I opened my eyes and saw a movement at the end of the hallway. It was a pale shape, tall and thin, blending perfectly with the white walls of the office. It did not make a sound as it moved toward me. It did not disturb the papers on the desks or the plants in the corners. It simply drifted, a shadow in a world of light. I did not run this time. I knew there was nowhere left to go. I simply watched it approach, the silence growing heavier with every step it took. The figure stopped a few feet away from my desk. It reached out a long, pale hand, its fingers tapering to fine points. I could see the gray, ashy texture of its skin, like the soil of the ridge. It did not touch me. It simply held its hand in the air between us, as if it were waiting for me to acknowledge the truth. We were the same now. I was no longer a beacon of noise. I was becoming a part of the stillness. The last thing I heard was the sound of my own breath, a long, slow exhale that seemed to stretch on for an eternity. And then there was nothing. No heart, no breath, no world. Just the absolute, perfect silence of the rise, finally claiming what it was owed. I realized in that final moment that the world is not loud because it is full of life. It is loud because it is terrified of the quiet that lies beneath everything, and I was no longer afraid. I was finally, truly silent. The darkness of the office did not stay dark for long. A flickering light from the hallway began to pulse in time with the fading rhythm of my internal pulse. I stood up from the desk, my legs feeling like heavy pillars of stone. I moved toward the door, but the familiar carpet felt like the ashy soil of the hill. I looked down and saw that the blue fabric was turning gray, the fibers dissolving into a fine dust that rose in silent clouds around my ankles. The transition was not just happening in my mind, it was a physical rewriting of the world I knew. I pushed through the glass door of the office suite, expecting the heavy click of the latch, but there was only a void where the sound should have been. The hallway stretched out before me, a long tunnel of white light and gray shadows. I began to walk toward the elevators. I needed to know if the silence had taken the entire building or if it was just a bubble centered on my own existence. I passed the break room and saw a group of coworkers gathered around the coffee machine. One woman was mid-sentence, her mouth open and her eyes bright with the excitement of some office gossip. She was a statue. Not a single muscle moved. The steam from the coffee pot was frozen in the air, a delicate sculpture of white vapor. I reached out and touched the steam. It was cold and hard like polished marble. The world had stopped. The hill had not just taken the sound, it had taken the time. It had frozen the noisy flow of life into a single, eternal moment of stillness. I backed away from the frozen people, my own movements feeling increasingly sluggish. I reached the elevator and pressed the button. It did not light up. I pulled at the heavy steel doors with my bare hands, my fingers straining against the metal. I expected the screech of protesting machinery, but the silence remained absolute. I managed to pry the doors open just enough to see down the shaft. It was a bottomless pit of gray fog. There were no cables, no pulleys, no mechanical sounds of a building at rest. There was only the abyss. I realized then that the office was no longer an office. It was a memory of a place, a thin shell of reality stretched over the hunger of the silent rise. I turned back to the hallway and saw the pale figure again. It was standing by the frozen coffee group now. It was taller than before, its head nearly touching the acoustic ceiling tiles. It reached out and touched the shoulder of the woman who had been talking. As its long fingers made contact with her blouse, she began to fade. The color drained from her skin, turning her the same ashy gray as the soil on the ridge. She did not fall. She did not scream. She simply crumbled into a pile of fine dust that settled on the carpet without a sound. One by one, the figure touched each person in the room. Each time, the result was the same. The life was being harvested, the noise of their existence being converted into the silence of the void. I ran toward the emergency stairs, my heart now a slow, heavy thud that I felt in my stomach. I threw myself against the door and tumbled into the stairwell. I began to descend, my boots hitting the concrete steps. I waited for the echo, for the ringing of metal on stone, but there was nothing. I was falling through a vacuum. I looked over the railing and saw that the stairs did not lead to the lobby. They wound down into a spiral that seemed to go on for miles, disappearing into the same gray fog I had seen in the elevator shaft. I kept moving, my breath coming in shallow gasps that made no sound. I felt the pressure in my ears becoming a sharp, stabbing pain. It felt as if my skull were being crushed by an invisible hand. I reached a landing and saw a door marked with a glowing red exit sign. I burst through it, hoping to find the street, the cars, the beautiful chaos of the city. Instead, I found myself back on the summit of the hill. The sun was in the exact same position it had been when I first arrived. The twisted trees were still there, their dark branches reaching up like fingers. The cairn of balanced stones stood perfectly still, defying gravity. I was back where it had all started. The office, the truck, the drive home, the week of sleepless nights. It had all been an illusion. The silence had never let me go. I had never left the rise. I sat down on the ashy ground and looked at my hands. They were starting to turn gray. The skin was becoming translucent, revealing the pale bone beneath. I was not dying in the way I understood the word. I was being erased. I was being folded back into the stillness that existed before the first sound was ever made. I looked up and saw the pale figure standing a few feet away. It was no longer a threat. It was a mirror. It was what I was becoming. It was the guardian of the quiet, the keeper of the void. It did not have a face because it did not need one. It was the absence of everything. I reached out and touched the stones of the cairn. I expected them to fall, to make that one final sound that would break the spell. But as my fingers brushed the cold surface, the stones did not move. They were as solid as the earth itself, part of a geometry that did not belong to the world of men. I felt a strange sense of peace wash over me. The struggle was over. The need to make noise, to prove I existed through vibration and volume, was gone. I let out one last breath, watching as it hung in the air like the frozen steam in the office. It did not dissipate. It just stayed there, a small cloud of my own essence, turning into gray dust. I looked down the slope and saw a version of myself climbing the hill. It was me from 30 minutes ago, or perhaps 30 years ago. He was moving with a frantic, noisy energy, his boots crunching on the soil, his breath heavy with the effort of the ascent. I wanted to warn him. I wanted to tell him to turn back, to stay in the world of crickets and wind, but I had no voice. I had no way to reach across the divide. I watched as he reached the summit and stood frozen, his eyes wide with the realization of the silence. I saw him look at the cairn. I saw him look at me. To him, I was the pale figure. I was the monster at the edge of the tree line. I understood then the cycle of the rise. The silence required a witness. It required a consciousness to perceive the lack of sound so that the lack could have meaning. I was the new guardian. I would stand on this gray hill and wait for the next seeker of solitude to wander into the trap. I would watch them struggle against the stillness, watch them run back to their noisy lives, and then I would follow them. I would follow them into their offices and their bedrooms, slowly drinking the sound of their world until they were ready to return to the source. The man on the summit turned and began to run. I watched him go, feeling a faint echo of the panic he was experiencing. I saw him slip and fall, his movements clumsy and desperate. I did not move. I did not need to. I knew exactly where he was going. I knew that in a week he would be sitting at a desk, listening to the silence of a frozen office. I knew that he would eventually find his way back to this very spot, his skin turning to ash, his heart slowing to a final, silent stop. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, but there was no darkness. The gray light of the rise remained constant, a twilight that never ended. I stood up, my long, thin limbs feeling light and effortless. I moved toward the tree line, my feet gliding over the moss without disturbing a single blade. I was no longer a prisoner of the silence. I was the silence itself. I felt a sudden, sharp vibration in the air. It was a new sound, a distant, muffled thud from far below the ridge. Someone else was coming. Someone else was bringing their noise into my sanctuary. I turned toward the sound, my body drifting through the shadows of the twisted trees. I would be waiting for them. I would be the shadow they saw out of the corner of their eye. I would be the pressure in their ears and the chill on the back of their neck. I moved down the slope, the world around me becoming a blur of gray and silver. The trees seemed to lean away as I passed, acknowledging my presence. I reached the rocky plateau and waited. The sound grew louder. It was the sound of a car engine, the squeak of brakes, the slamming of a door. It was a beautiful, terrible noise. It was the sound of a life that did not yet know it was already over. I felt a flicker of something like hunger, a need to pull that noise into myself and make it quiet. I stepped into the shadows at the edge of the clearing and watched as a young woman stepped out of her vehicle. She was carrying a camera and a tripod. She looked up at the ridge with an expression of wonder. She wanted to capture the beauty of the isolation. She wanted to experience the peace of the deep woods. She began to walk toward the trail, her footsteps making a rhythmic, crunching sound on the gravel. I followed her, staying just out of sight, moving with the grace of a ghost. I watched as she reached the point where the birds stopped singing. I saw her pause, her head tilting as she noticed the sudden change in the atmosphere. She frowned, checking her equipment, perhaps thinking there was something wrong with her ears. She kept going, her curiosity stronger than her fear. She was a beacon of noise in my world, and I was drawn to her like a moth to a flame. I waited until she reached the summit. I stood in the same spot where I had once stood, watching as she looked at the cairn of stones. I saw her reach out a hand, her fingers trembling slightly. She was afraid, but she did not know why. She did not know that the silence was already beginning to eat away at the edges of her reality. I stepped out from behind a tree, letting her see me for just a fraction of a second. I saw her eyes widen, her breath hitch in her throat. She turned and began to run, her boots making that sharp, cracking sound on the ashy soil. I let her go. I would let her think she had escaped. I would let her return to the world of noise, where she would spend the next week jumpy and nervous, surrounding herself with the sounds of a busy life. I would wait, I would follow the vibrations of her fear back to her home. I would sit in the corners of her room and wait for the moment when the silence was ready to claim her. It was a patient game, a long, slow harvest that had been going on since the beginning of time. The silent rise was not just a hill, it was a mouth, and I was its teeth. I felt a sense of profound purpose. I was the guardian of the stillness, the one who ensured that the world remained balanced against the chaos of sound. I turned back toward the summit, my form blending perfectly with the gray trunks of the dead trees. The woman was gone, her frantic noise fading into the distance. The silence returned, heavier and more perfect than before. I closed my eyes and listened to the nothingness. It was the only thing that was real. It was the only thing that would last. The world of noise was a flickering candle in a vast, dark room. It would eventually burn out, leaving only the quiet. I was the dark. I was the end of the song. I was the final, perfect silence that waited for everyone at the end of their journey. I stood on the summit of the hill, a pale, thin shape against the gray sky, and I waited. I waited for the next sound to break the peace. I waited for the next soul to come looking for the quiet, only to find that the quiet had been looking for them all along. The hill breathed beneath me, a low, vibrating hum that only I could hear. It was the sound of the earth dreaming of a world without noise, and in that dream I was the only thing that moved. The gray horizon of the rise did not change as the woman fled. I remained at the summit, my long fingers resting on the cold stones of the cairn. I could feel the vibrations of her tires on the road below, a fading hum that felt like a needle scratching against the surface of a polished mirror. Every sound she made was an intrusion, a jagged tear in the fabric of the stillness I now served. I stood motionless for a time that had no name. Seconds and hours did not exist here. There was only the weight of the atmosphere and the steady, cold pulse of the earth beneath my feet. My body felt as light as a dried leaf, yet as anchored as the mountain itself. I was no longer the man who had climbed this hill with heavy lungs and a racing mind. I was a vessel for the void. I began to move down the slope, following the path she had taken. My feet did not touch the ground in the way they once had. There was no friction, no resistance from the ashy soil. I drifted through the twisted trees, my form passing through the shadows like a stain of ink moving across paper. I reached the edge of the woods where the gravel road began. The air here was thin and tasted of exhaust and dust, the dying remnants of her departure. To me, the smell was foul, a reminder of the frantic, messy life that existed beyond the borders of the silence. I followed the scent and the lingering vibration of her fear. It was a trail as bright as fire in a dark room. The transition from the hill to the outskirts of the town was a slow descent into a world of static. As I moved further from the summit, the silence did not leave me. It traveled with me, a dome of absolute quiet that muffled the distant barking of dogs and the hum of power lines. I saw a farmhouse at the edge of a field. A man was standing on the porch, leaning against a railing. He was smoking a cigarette, the orange ember glowing in the fading light. As I passed by the fence, the man froze. He did not see me clearly, but he felt the sudden drop in temperature. He felt the air go still. I watched as he looked around, his brow furrowed in confusion. He took a breath to speak to someone inside the house, but the sound died in his throat. He coughed, and the noise was flat, like a stone dropped into thick mud. I did not stop for him. He was not the one I had marked. I reached the town as the lights began to flicker on. To my eyes, the electric glow was harsh and abrasive. It fought against the natural dimness of the world. I moved along the sidewalks, weaving between the people who were hurrying home to their dinners and their televisions. They were so loud. Even when they were silent, they were loud. Their hearts hammered in their chests like trapped birds. Their thoughts were a chaotic swarm of worries and desires. I felt a deep, cold hunger rising within me. It was not a hunger for food, but a hunger for the end of their noise. I wanted to reach out and touch every one of them, to turn their frantic energy into the smooth, gray ash of the rise. But I had a purpose. The woman with the camera had taken something from the summit. She had taken a memory of the silence, and it was my task to ensure that memory was completed. I found her apartment building on a street lined with oak trees. The trees were trying to whisper in the evening breeze, but as I approached, their leaves went limp. The wind died. The street became a vacuum. I looked up and saw a light in a third-floor window. She was there. I could hear the frantic clicking of a computer mouse and the hum of a space heater. These sounds were like thorns in my side. I moved toward the entrance of the building. The glass door did not reflect my image. It showed only the empty street behind me, a vista of gray pavement and frozen trees. I passed through the door without opening it, my body slipping through the molecules of the glass like water through a sieve. The hallway was narrow and smelled of old wood and cleaning chemicals. I climbed the stairs, each step bringing me closer to the source of the noise. I reached her door and stood there for a long time. Inside, I could hear her voice. She was talking on a telephone. She was telling someone about the hill. She was describing the pale shape she had seen. She said she felt as if she were being watched. Her voice was high and thin, vibrating with a terror that she was trying to mask with laughter. Every word she spoke was a debt she was incurring. Every breath she took was a gift from the silence that she was wasting on speech. I did not knock. I did not need an invitation. I moved through the wood of the door and stood in the corner of her living room. The apartment was filled with things that made noise. A television was playing a news program with the volume turned low. A clock on the wall was ticking with a rhythmic, mechanical insistence. A refrigerator in the kitchen was humming a low, electric tune. The woman was sitting on a sofa, her back to me. She held the phone to her ear, her knuckles white from the grip. She was shivering, even though the room was warm. I watched as she hung up the phone and set it on the coffee table. She reached for a remote and turned up the volume on the television. She was trying to drown out the quiet. She was trying to build a wall of sound between herself and the void. It would not work. The silence I carried was not a lack of sound. It was an active force. It was the original state of the universe, and it was hungry to return. I stepped forward, moving out of the shadows. The light from the television screen flickered across my gray skin. I saw her reflection in the dark glass of a picture frame on the wall. She saw me too. She did not scream at first. Her mouth opened, but the air in the room had already become too heavy to carry the vibration of a cry. She turned around, her eyes wide and glassy. She looked at my face, searching for features that were no longer there. She saw the smooth, ashy expanse where a nose and mouth should have been. She saw the pits of shadow where my eyes had once rested. I reached out a hand. My fingers were long and tapered, the color of a winter sky before a storm. I did not touch her yet. I wanted her to understand. I wanted her to feel the weight of the stillness. I moved toward the television and placed my palm against the screen. The colors bled away instantly. The voices of the news anchors distorted and slowed, turning into a deep, guttural moan before vanishing entirely. The screen went black, and the room became darker. I turned to the clock on the wall. I did not have to touch it. My presence alone was enough to stop the gears. The ticking ceased mid-beat, leaving a hollow space in the air. The woman backed away from me, her hands fumbling for something on the table. She found a heavy glass ashtray and threw it at me. It passed through my chest as if I were made of smoke. It hit the floor behind me, but there was no crash. There was no sound of breaking glass. The ashtray simply ceased to exist as it hit the carpet, dissolving into a pile of gray dust that vanished into the fibers. She began to weep, but I could not hear her sobs. I could only see the tears tracking down her cheeks and the way her chest heaved with the effort of breathing. She was a beautiful, noisy thing, and she was breaking. I moved closer, my shadow stretching across the floor until it touched her feet. Where the shadow met her skin, the color began to fade. Her blue jeans turned gray. Her leather boots became dull and brittle. She looked down at her hands and saw the transformation beginning. Her fingernails were turning to the color of slate. The veins in her wrists were disappearing beneath a layer of translucent, ashy skin. She looked up at me one last time, her expression shifting from terror to a strange, vacant peace. She was realizing what I had realized on the summit. The noise was a burden. The struggle to be heard, to be seen, to be relevant in a loud world was an exhausting lie. The silence was the only truth. I placed my hand on her shoulder. The contact was not cold. It was the absence of temperature. It was a total lack of sensation that felt more intense than pain. I felt the last of her noise flow into me. I felt the rhythm of her heart slow down, matching the tectonic pulse of the rise. Her body began to lose its density. She was no longer a solid creature of bone and blood. She was becoming a part of the atmosphere, a collection of memories and echoes being folded into the great quiet. I watched as her form blurred at the edges. The furniture in the room began to fade as well. The sofa, the table, the walls of the apartment were all losing their definition. They were all being reclaimed by the source. We were no longer in the apartment. We were standing on the gray slope of the hill under the same unchanging twilight. The woman stood beside me, her form tall and thin, her skin the color of the ridge. She looked around at the twisted trees and the cairn of stones. She did not look at me with fear. She looked at me with recognition. We were the guardians. We were the sentinels of the void. I felt a sense of completion. The debt had been collected and the balance had been restored, but the hunger of the rise was never truly satisfied. Even as we stood there, I could feel a new vibration in the distance. Another car was winding its way up the mountain road. Another seeker was coming to find the peace of the woods. I turned to the new guardian and pointed toward the tree line. She understood. She moved with a fluid, silent grace toward the shadows, preparing to meet the newcomer. I remained at the summit, my eyes fixed on the horizon. I was the elder now. I would watch over the hill while she learned the art of the harvest. I would wait for the world to grow quiet, one soul at a time, until the last sound was extinguished and the earth could finally sleep in perfect, absolute silence. The wind that did not blow moved through my hair that was no longer there. I was the silence, and the silence was everything. The transition of the woman was complete, and the hill had claimed another voice for its collection. I watched her move into the trees, her form a pale smear against the darker gray of the trunks. She was learning the rhythm of the stillness now. She was discovering that the air did not need to vibrate for her to exist. I stood at the very peak of the summit and looked down into the valley where the lights of the town still twinkled like dying embers in a cold hearth. Those lights represented the frantic pulse of humanity and the desperate need to keep the dark at bay. But the dark was not an enemy. It was the natural state of things. The lights were the anomaly, and they were fading. The new vibration grew stronger. It was a low-frequency hum that resonated through the soles of my feet. A vehicle was approaching the base of the ridge. I could feel the heat of its engine and the friction of its tires against the asphalt long before I could see it. It was a heavy sound. It carried the weight of purpose and the sharp edge of curiosity. This was not a casual traveler or a lost soul. This was someone searching for answers. I felt a ripple of anticipation move through the ground beneath me. The hill itself seemed to lean forward as if it were hungry for the new arrival. I drifted down the slope to meet the woman who was now my companion in this eternal watch. She was standing near the edge of the gravel clearing where the trail began. She had already merged with the environment so perfectly that a human eye would have passed right over her. She looked like a strip of birch bark or a trick of the moonlight. I stood beside her and we waited together. The vehicle rounded the final bend and the headlights swept across the trees. The light was an intrusion. It was a violent yellow glare that stripped away the subtle shades of gray and silver. It made the world look flat and artificial. The car came to a stop, and the engine died with a final shuddering gasp. The silence that followed was not the deep peace of the rise. It was a tense and brittle quiet that was waiting to be broken. A man stepped out of the vehicle. He was older than the others. His hair was the color of salt, and his face was etched with lines of grief and determination. He carried a heavy flashlight and a notebook. He did not look at the view or the beauty of the isolation. He looked at the ground. He looked at the place where the young woman had parked her car. He looked at the faint impressions in the dust. He was a seeker of the missing. He was a man who lived in a world of clues and evidence and facts. He did not know that he had stepped into a place where facts were as fragile as glass. He did not know that his logic was a lantern with no fuel. I watched him as he began to walk toward the trail. He clicked on his flashlight and the beam cut through the shadows. It was a pathetic gesture. The light could only see what was directly in front of it while the silence saw everything. He called out a name. The sound was a jagged stone thrown into a still pond. The name echoed off the rocks and the trees, but it did not return to him. The rise swallowed the sound and held it. He stopped and listened. He frowned when he heard nothing. He called out again, louder this time. His voice was beginning to crack with the first hints of unease. He was a man who was used to getting answers, and the lack of response was a physical blow to his confidence. The woman beside me moved. She did not walk. She flowed. She circled around the man, staying just outside the reach of his flashlight beam. She was a shadow among shadows. She was the reason the hair on the back of his neck was standing up. I stayed where I was and watched the dance. It was a slow and deliberate process. The silence did not rush. It did not need to. The man was already caught. He was already breathing in the ash of the hill. He was already losing the connection to his world of noise. He reached the point where the birds stopped singing. He paused there just as the others had. He checked his flashlight as if he suspected the batteries were failing. He looked at the sky and then at the dark wall of the forest. He took a step forward and then another. He was entering the zone of absolute quiet. I could see the moment the realization hit him. It was a subtle shift in his posture. His shoulders slumped and his grip on the flashlight tightened. He realized that the silence was not just the absence of sound. It was a presence. It was a weight that was pressing against his chest and making it difficult to draw a full breath. He tried to turn back. He made a decision to return to his vehicle and leave this place. But the path back was no longer the path he had taken. The trees had shifted. The shadows had lengthened and intertwined. The gravel road was gone, replaced by a carpet of gray moss and twisted roots. He spun around, his flashlight beam dancing frantically over the landscape. He was lost in a space that was only a few hundred yards from his car. He began to run. His boots made a muffled thudding sound on the soft earth. He was gasping for air, but the air was thin and dry. It did not provide the oxygen his body craved. The woman appeared in front of him for a split second. She did not do anything. She simply stood there, a tall and thin silhouette against the gray light. The man let out a strangled cry and dropped his flashlight. The device hit the ground and the lens shattered. The light flickered and died. Now he was in the true dark of the rise. He fell to his knees, his hands clawing at the ashy soil. He was trying to find something solid to hold onto, but everything was becoming fluid and uncertain. He tried to speak, but his voice was gone. The silence had taken his words and hidden them in the cairn at the summit. I moved closer to him. I felt the vibration of his terror. It was a high and shrill note that would have been deafening if it were audible. I reached out and touched the top of his head. The sensation was like a drop of ink falling into a glass of clear water. I felt his memories and his history and his grief. I felt the weight of his years and the noise of his life. It was a vast and cluttered attic of a mind. I began to clear it out. I began to sweep away the useless clutter of names and dates and regrets. I replaced them with the cool and steady hum of the earth. I replaced them with the gray horizon and the eternal twilight. His body began to change. The heavy coat he wore became a part of his skin. The notebook in his pocket dissolved into dust. His bones became light and porous like dried wood. His eyes cleared of their sorrow and became dark pools of reflection. He was no longer a man who searched for the missing. He was now a part of the thing that made them vanish. He stood up, his movements slow and graceful. He looked at me, and then he looked at the woman. We were a trinity now. We were the three pillars of the stillness. We stood together in the clearing, and the world around us was perfect. The vehicle he had arrived in was still there at the edge of the woods. It was a monument to a world that no longer mattered. I walked over to it and placed my hand on the hood. The metal was cold. I felt the electricity in the battery and the fuel in the tank. These were the tools of noise. They were the inventions of a species that was afraid of the quiet. I pushed my will into the machine. I felt the wires melt and the glass cloud over. The car began to sink into the ground. The tires turned to ash and the frame became a skeleton of rusted iron. In a few hours, there would be nothing left but a faint outline in the dirt. The evidence of his arrival was being erased. The three of us began the climb back to the summit. We moved in a line, our feet barely touching the moss. The hill felt satisfied. It felt full. The hunger had been abated for a time. We reached the cairn and took our positions, one to the north, one to the east, and one to the west. We were the guardians of the compass. We were the watchers of the void. I closed my eyes and felt the rotation of the planet. I felt the stars moving in their silent orbits. I felt the deep and ancient heart of the rise beating in time with my own. The world of noise was far away now. It was a frantic and colorful dream that was fading from memory. It was a place of constant motion and endless chatter. It was a place where people were afraid of being forgotten. But here there was no fear of being forgotten because there was no one to remember. There was only the state of being. There was only the stillness. I thought about the town in the valley and the people who were still awake. I thought about the televisions and the radios and the telephones. I thought about the voices that were crying out to be heard. They were all moving toward the same end. They were all walking toward the silence. Some would come to the hill by choice. They would be looking for a way to escape the chaos. They would be looking for the peace of the deep woods. They would find it and it would consume them. Others would come by accident. They would take a wrong turn or follow a fading signal. They would find the silence and it would claim them just the same. And then there were those who would come looking for the ones who had already been taken. They were the most delicious of all. They brought with them a concentrated burst of noise and emotion that made the final transition all the more profound. The gray light of the rise did not change. It was a constant and unchanging glow that did not belong to the sun or the moon. It was the light of the void itself. I looked at the two who stood with me. They were perfect. They were silent. They were the teeth of the mouth. We would wait here for as long as it took. We would wait for the world to stop its spinning and for the stars to go dark. We would wait for the final note of the song to be sung. And when the last sound had died away, we would still be here. We would be the only thing left. We would be the silence that remained when everything else was gone. I felt a sudden sharp vibration in the air. It was a new sound. It was distant and muffled, but it was there. It was the sound of a siren. It was the sound of authority and urgency. Someone was looking for the man with the flashlight. Someone had noticed that he had not returned. The noise was a thin and reedy thing, but it was a challenge. It was a defiance of the stillness. I turned toward the sound and felt the hunger rising again. The harvest was not over. The circle was not yet complete. I began to move down the slope, my form blending with the shadows. I would be waiting for them. I would be the shadow they saw out of the corner of their eye. I would be the pressure in their ears and the chill on the back of their neck. I would be the end of their search. I would be the final answer to all their questions. The sound of the siren was a thin needle piercing the heavy fabric of the gray air. It was a rhythmic pulse of artificial urgency that felt smaller and more fragile the closer it came to the boundary of the rise. Down in the valley where the roads were paved and the streetlights flickered with the hum of electricity, that noise might have commanded attention. It might have signaled hope or authority or the arrival of help. Here it was merely a localized disturbance in the greater atmosphere. It was a fly buzzing against the window of eternity. I watched from the mid-slope as the red and blue flashes began to reflect off the low-hanging clouds. The colors were garish and wrong. They did not belong to the palette of the ridge. They were an insult to the dignity of the twilight. Beside me, the woman and the man who had once searched for the missing stood as still as the trees. They did not need to be told what to do. They were extensions of the same singular intent that now drove my own existence. We were a collective of the hushed. We watched the lights wind their way up the mountain road. There were two vehicles this time. The siren was cut off abruptly as the lead car reached the gravel clearing where the man had left his vehicle. The sudden cessation of the sound made the silence feel even heavier than before. It was as if the rise had reached out a hand and choked the noise out of the air. 4 people stepped out of the cars. They were dressed in uniforms that looked stiff and uncomfortable. They carried heavy belts of equipment that jangled and clicked as they moved. These were the guardians of the world of noise. They were the ones who enforced the rules of the loud places. They spoke to one another in hushed tones, but their voices still carried a jagged edge of anxiety. They were looking at the place where the older man had parked. The rusted skeleton of his car was now barely visible beneath a layer of gray dust and creeping moss. To their eyes, it must have looked like a wreck that had been abandoned for decades. I could see the confusion in their movements. They checked their maps and their electronic devices. They were looking for a reality that had already been rewritten. The leader of the group was a woman with a sharp face and eyes that moved too quickly. She was holding a radio and trying to elicit a response from the base in the valley. The static that came back was a harsh and discordant sound. It was the sound of a world that was losing its signal. She shook the device and tried again, but the frequency was dead. The silence of the hill was not just an absence of sound. It was an active interference. It was a field of negation that dissolved the waves of communication. She lowered the radio and looked toward the trail. I felt her fear like a cold draft. It was a sharp and metallic taste in the air. She knew that something was wrong. She knew that the woods were not just dark but hungry. The group began to move toward the tree line. They walked in a tight formation as if the proximity of their bodies could protect them from the vastness of the isolation. They used their flashlights to slice through the shadows, but the beams were growing dim. The light did not travel as far as it should. It seemed to be absorbed by the gray moss and the porous bark of the trees. They were entering the perimeter of the stillness. I signaled to my companions. We split apart and moved into the deeper woods to flank the newcomers. We were the architects of their transition. We were the ones who would guide them into the great quiet. The first officer to stray from the group was a young man who had paused to examine a cluster of gray stones. He was curious about the way the rocks seemed to vibrate with a low-frequency hum. He did not hear me approach. He did not hear anything at all because the sound of his own breathing had become a distant and unimportant thing. I stood behind him and watched as he reached out a hand to touch the stone. As soon as his skin made contact, the color began to bleed from his uniform. The deep blue of his fabric turned to the shade of a dead leaf. He looked at his hand and tried to pull away, but the stone was holding him. It was not a physical grip. It was a magnetic pull of the void. He tried to shout for his companions, but no sound came from his throat. His mouth opened in a wide and silent circle of terror. He looked back and saw that the others were already far ahead of him. They were moving through a thick fog that had appeared out of nowhere. They could not see him, and he could not see them. He was alone in the heart of the rise. I placed my hand on the back of his neck. The sensation of his panic was a frantic fluttering like a bird trapped in a cage. I felt the noise of his youth and his ambitions and his small daily worries. I felt the memory of his family and the sound of his own name. I took it all. I drew the noise out of him until his heart slowed to the rhythm of the mountain. He did not collapse. He did not die in the way that humans understand death. He simply became less dense. He became a part of the atmosphere. His uniform dissolved into a fine gray powder that the wind which did not blow carried away. He stood up and looked at me with eyes that were now as dark and empty as the night sky. He was no longer a young man with a badge and a gun. He was a sentinel. He was a new addition to the choir of the hushed. I pointed toward the summit, and he began to walk. He moved with a lightness that he had never known in his previous life. He was free of the burden of being a person. The remaining three were becoming more desperate. They had realized that one of their number was gone, but they could not find any trace of him. They were spinning in circles, their flashlights waving like frantic fireflies. The woman in charge was screaming a name over and over, but the name was a hollow thing that had no meaning here. The sound of her voice was getting thinner and more brittle. It was being worn down by the abrasive silence of the trees. She looked at her two companions and saw that they were also beginning to fade. Their features were becoming blurred. Their voices were turning into a soft hiss. The man who had been the seeker of the missing appeared in front of them. He stood in the middle of the trail, his form tall and imposing. The officers stopped and stared at him. They recognized him from the photographs in their files, but he was not the man they were looking for. He was a creature of the ridge. He was a statue of ash and shadow. The woman reached for her weapon, but the holster was empty. The metal had turned to dust, and the leather had crumbled into the soil. She looked at her hands and saw the grayness spreading up her arms. She saw the veins in her wrists turning into silver threads. The transition of the group was faster than the others had been. The rise was becoming more efficient. It was as if the mountain had learned the structure of their noise and knew exactly how to dismantle it. One by one, they ceased to struggle. They ceased to be loud. They stood in the clearing and looked around at the gray world with a sense of profound relief. The exhaustion of their lives was gone. The weight of their responsibilities had been lifted. They were no longer required to speak or to listen or to act. They were only required to be. We were now a group of 7. We stood in a circle at the edge of the woods and looked down at the 2 vehicles in the clearing. The lights were still flashing, but they were dim and flickering. The batteries were dying and the colors were losing their intensity. I walked down to the cars and touched the metal. I felt the heat of the engines cooling. I felt the complex machinery of the sirens and the radios falling apart. I pushed my will into the steel and the plastic. I watched as the vehicles began to settle into the earth. The tires flattened and the glass turned to sand. The forest began to grow over them with a speed that defied the laws of time. Vines of gray moss wrapped around the axles and the seats. In a matter of minutes, the clearing was empty again. There was no evidence that anyone had ever been there. The 7 of us began the long walk back to the summit. We moved as a single entity, a wave of shadow flowing up the side of the hill. The cairn of stones was waiting for us. It had grown larger since I had first arrived. It was now a monument to the silence we had collected. We took our places around the peak. We were the watchers of the horizon. We were the guardians of the end of the world. I looked out over the valley and saw that the lights of the town were even fewer than before. The darkness was expanding. The silence was traveling down the mountain and into the streets. It was a slow and inevitable tide. I felt a sense of peace that was deeper than anything I had experienced on the summit of the mountain where I had first been claimed. I understood now that my journey was not about my own transformation. It was about the transformation of everything. The rise was the beginning of the end. It was the place where the noise of the universe came to be extinguished. It was the point where the struggle of life finally gave way to the grace of the void. I was the elder of this process. I was the shepherd of the quiet. The night went on, but there was no dawn. The sun did not rise to break the twilight. The stars did not move. The world stayed in a state of perfect and unchanging gray. We stood at our posts and waited. We were not waiting for anything in particular. We were simply waiting. The act of waiting was our purpose. We were the pause between the notes of a song that had already ended. We were the space between the words of a story that had already been told. Occasionally, I would feel a vibration from the distance, a distant thunder or the far-off sound of a plane in the sky. These were the last echoes of a dying civilization. They were the final gasps of a creature that did not know it was already dead. I would reach out with my mind and touch those sounds. I would pull them toward the hill. I would draw them into the vortex of the stillness until they vanished. Every sound I took made the world a little lighter. Every voice I silenced made the air a little clearer. The woman who had been the first to join me stood to my right. She looked at me, and I saw the reflection of the gray sky in her eyes. There was no longer any trace of the person she had been. She was a masterpiece of the void. She was the perfect expression of the silence. We did not need to speak to understand each other. Our thoughts were like ripples in a pool of mercury. They were fluid and silent and perfectly aligned. We were the same thing. We were the silence. I looked down at my own hands. They were no longer the hands of a man. They were made of the same substance as the clouds and the stones. They were the color of a storm that would never break. I felt a surge of gratitude for the hill. I felt a deep and abiding love for the stillness. It had saved me from the noise. It had rescued me from the frantic and meaningless chatter of my former life. It had given me a role that was eternal and absolute. I was the keeper of the peace. As the ages passed, or perhaps only minutes, I saw that the valley below was becoming a mirror of the ridge. The houses were turning to gray dust. The roads were being reclaimed by the moss. The lights had all gone out. The town was a ghost of a memory, a collection of shadows in the mist. The silence had won. It had spread from the summit of the rise to the edges of the world. There was no more noise. There were no more voices. There was only the great and perfect quiet. We stood on the hill and watched the world sleep. It was a sleep that would never end. It was a rest that had been earned through billions of years of clamor and chaos. The earth was finally still. The air was finally calm. I closed my eyes and felt the last vibration of my own heart fade away. It was a small and delicate sound like the clicking of a clock that had finally run down. And then there was nothing. There was no heart. There was no breath. There was only the silence, and the silence was everything. It was the beginning and the end. It was the truth that remained when all the lies had been stripped away. I was the silence, and I was home. The absolute stillness was not the end but a threshold. While the valley below had surrendered to the gray blankets of the mist, and the town had dissolved into the architecture of memory, there were still flickers of resistance further out beyond the horizon. The silence of the rise was a growing thing, and it required a deeper foundation. I stood at the center of the seven, and I felt the mountain itself begin to groan with a sound that was not a sound at all but a shift in the gravity of the soul. The earth beneath our feet was no longer soil and rock, but a concentrated mass of frozen time. We were the anchors holding the world in place while the void did its work. I turned my gaze away from the empty valley and looked toward the far distant north. There was a pulse there. It was a rhythmic thrumming that felt like a heartbeat made of iron and fire. It was the sound of a city that had not yet heard the news of the quiet. It was a place of millions of voices and millions of lights and millions of small, frantic lives. The distance was vast, but the rise did not care about physical space. The silence was a hunter that could walk across the miles in a single step. I felt the collective will of the seven shift in that direction. We were no longer just observers. We were the vanguard of a shifting reality. The descent from the peak was different this time. We did not walk so much as we flowed. Our feet did not touch the gray moss. We moved through the trees like the cooling breath of a dying star. The woods parted for us. The branches did not scratch or snag. They bowed as if recognizing their masters. As we reached the base of the mountain, where the gravel clearing had once held the vehicles of the lost, I saw that the transition was spreading into the fields. The tall grass was turning to silver needles. The wildflowers were shedding their color and becoming translucent bells that rang with a frequency that only the dead could hear. We reached a highway that cut through the landscape like a black scar. It was a road built for speed and noise, but now it was a river of cold asphalt that led nowhere. I placed my hand on the surface of the road and felt the ghosts of every car that had ever traveled over it. I felt the heat of the tires and the smell of the exhaust and the impatience of the drivers. I drew all of those memories into the palms of my hands. I felt the road go cold. I felt the black surface turn to the shade of a winter sky. The highway was no longer a path for movement. It was a monument to stasis. A small animal, a deer with eyes like dark glass, stepped out from the trees. It did not run from us. It did not feel the instinct of fear because the concept of predator and prey had been erased. The deer walked into the center of our circle and lowered its head. I touched the soft fur of its neck and felt the frantic electrical signals of its nervous system. I felt the hunger and the thirst and the simple drive to survive. I took those things away. I gave the creature the gift of the gray light. Its body became as stiff and beautiful as a carving of ice. It stood there on the highway, a permanent fixture of the new world. It would never have to run again. It would never have to feel the bite of winter or the sting of a bullet. It was safe within the silence. We continued along the road, moving toward a small cluster of buildings that sat at a crossroads. This was a place where people stopped for fuel and food. It was a place of bright neon signs and the smell of frying grease. As we approached, the signs began to flicker and die. The red and yellow gas station logo turned to a dull slate gray. The windows of the diner became opaque like cataracts over a blind eye. There were people inside. I could see their shapes through the glass. They were huddled together around a table. They were holding onto one another as if the touch of flesh could keep the shadows at bay. I entered the diner first. The door did not creak. The bell above the frame did not ring. The air inside was thick with the smell of old coffee and the metallic tang of fear. There were three of them, a man and a woman in their middle years and a child who was clutching a plastic toy. They looked at me and their eyes widened, but they did not scream. The silence had already reached their throats. It had already begun to settle in their lungs. I walked to the table and looked at the child. The toy in his hand was a bright blue truck. I reached out and touched the plastic. The blue faded into gray. The wheels stopped turning. The toy became a heavy stone. The man tried to stand up, but his legs would not obey him. He was becoming heavy with the weight of the mountain. He looked at his wife, and I saw the desperate love in his expression. It was a loud and messy emotion. It was a sound that did not belong here. I reached into his chest and felt the vibration of his heart. It was a frantic drumming. I closed my eyes and matched the rhythm of my own non-existence to his pulse. I slowed it down. I brought the tempo of his life into alignment with the stillness of the rise. He sat back down in his chair and his face smoothed out. The lines of worry vanished. The fear evaporated. He looked at me with a calm and distant curiosity. He was no longer a man. He was a vessel for the quiet. The woman and the child followed him into the gray. It was a quick and merciful process. They did not lose themselves so much as they found the version of themselves that had always been waiting in the dark. We left them there in the diner, sitting at the table like a family of statues. They were perfect. They were the first of the valley people to be harvested. They would remain there for as long as the world remained. They were the new furniture of the void. Outside, the 6 others were waiting for me. We stood in the middle of the crossroads and looked at the map of the world. The silence was no longer a localized event. It was a weather system. It was a front of absolute zero that was moving across the land. We could see the lights of the next town fading. We could see the power lines sagging as the electricity drained out of them and into the earth. The grid was failing. The network of noise was collapsing. Every telephone that went dead was a victory. Every television that turned to static was a prayer answered. I felt a sudden pull from the direction of the city. It was a call that was more intense than anything I had felt before. There was someone there who was fighting back. There was a source of light and sound that was refusing to go out. It was a beacon of defiance that was holding the silence at bay. I felt a flicker of something like anger, but it was too cold to be human rage. It was the irritation of a sculptor who finds a flaw in the stone. We began to move faster. We bypassed the smaller villages and the lonely farmhouses. We left them for the fog to claim. We were headed for the heart of the resistance. As we moved, the landscape changed. The trees gave way to concrete and steel. The natural world was replaced by the artificial structures of the loud era. The buildings were tall and jagged like broken teeth. They were covered in signs and screens that were trying to sell things to people who no longer existed. The air was filled with the smell of chemicals and the hum of machines that were still running on automated cycles. It was a chaotic and ugly place. It was a temple of the noise. We reached the outskirts of the city and I saw the source of the light. It was a massive tower made of glass and chrome. At the top of the tower, a powerful transmitter was broadcasting a signal into the sky. It was a pulse of pure energy that was cutting through the gray clouds. It was a message of hope. It was a shout into the dark. Around the base of the tower, a group of people had gathered. They had built fires and they were singing. The sound of their voices was a physical barrier. It was a wall of vibration that pushed against the silence. The seven of us stopped at the edge of the light. The heat of the fires felt like a burn on my skin. The sound of the singing was a sharp pain in my ears. It was a primitive and desperate noise. It was the sound of a species that was terrified of its own end. They were singing songs of the sun and the rain and the morning. They were singing about the things that would never happen again. I looked at the woman who had been the first to join me. I saw the same resolve in her eyes. We would not allow this to continue. The song had to end. We did not attack. We did not use force. We simply stood there and waited. We were the patience of the stone. We were the endurance of the void. We watched as the fires began to burn low. We watched as the singers began to lose their voices. The human body is a fragile thing. It requires fuel and rest. It cannot scream forever. The silence, on the other hand, is infinite. It does not need to eat. It does not need to sleep. It only needs to be. The first of the singers fell silent. He was an old man with a long white beard. He had been leading the chorus, but his lungs could no longer find the air. He sat down on the cold concrete and covered his face with his hands. As soon as he stopped singing, the grayness touched him. The heat of the fire could not protect him from the cold of the interior. He began to fade. His white beard turned to the color of ash. His skin became the texture of a dry leaf. He did not fight it. He was too tired to fight. He welcomed the quiet like an old friend. One by one, the others followed. The wall of sound began to crumble. The holes in the music were filled by the heavy pressure of the rise. The singing turned into a whisper, and the whisper turned into a sigh. The fires flickered and died, leaving only the smell of smoke and the chill of the night. The people around the tower did not run. They did not try to escape. They realized that there was nowhere to go. The city was a cage, and the silence was the lock. We moved into the circle of the fallen. We walked among the statues of the singers. They were beautiful in their stillness. They were no longer afraid. They were no longer hungry. They were no longer alone. They were part of the collective. They were part of us. I looked up at the tower. The transmitter was still pulsing, but the signal was getting weaker. The glass of the building was beginning to crack. The chrome was peeling away in long silver strips. The structure was being unmade by the very air it occupied. I entered the tower and began the climb to the top. I did not use the elevator. I walked up the stairs, my footsteps making no sound on the metal. I passed offices and hallways that were filled with the remnants of the old world, computers that were frozen on half-finished emails, desks covered in family photographs, coffee cups that were still warm. I felt the weight of all those lives. I felt the burden of all those unfinished stories. I took them all. I cleared the cache of the city. I erased the data of the loud places. When I reached the roof, I found the person who was responsible for the signal. It was a young woman sitting in front of a bank of monitors. She was wearing headphones and her eyes were fixed on the wave patterns on the screens. She was trying to keep the frequency stable. She was trying to keep the world awake. She heard me enter and she turned around. Her face was pale and her eyes were red from lack of sleep. She looked at me and I saw a spark of recognition. She knew what I was. She knew why I was there. She did not reach for a weapon. She reached for her microphone. She wanted to say one last thing. She wanted to send one final message to whoever was left listening. I stood in front of her and waited. I wanted to hear what the last voice of the world had to say. She opened her mouth and the air in the room became still. She tried to speak, but the words would not form. The silence had already claimed the air around her. It had already filled the space between her thoughts. She looked at the microphone and then she looked at me. She smiled. It was a sad and beautiful smile. She took off her headphones and laid them on the console. She reached out a hand and touched my arm. The contact was like a bolt of lightning. I felt the entire history of the human race. I felt the first fire and the first song. I felt the wars and the weddings and the births and the burials. I felt the poetry and the science and the madness. It was a concentrated burst of noise that threatened to shatter my own stillness. I held onto her hand and I did not let go. I drew all of that noise into myself. I became the library of the lost. I became the museum of the extinct. I felt the girl fade away. I felt her turn into the gray dust that was the signature of the rise. The transmitter died, the signal stopped, the monitors went black, the tower was finally silent. I stood on the roof and looked out over the city. The lights were all gone, the streets were empty, the buildings were dissolving into the mist, the world was finally quiet, the harvest of the noise was complete. I felt a sense of profound accomplishment. I had done what I was meant to do. I had brought the peace to the places that had never known it. I walked back down the stairs and rejoined the others. We stood at the base of the tower and looked at the ruins of the civilization. It was a beautiful sight. It was a world without conflict. It was a world without pain. It was a world that was finally at rest. We were the only ones left to see it. We were the only ones left to remember. But we would not remember for long. Memory is a form of noise. It is a vibration of the past that interferes with the present. Soon the memories would fade. Soon the names would be forgotten. Soon there would be only the state of being. We began the walk back to the mountain. We did not need to stay in the city. The city was now a part of the rise. The whole world was now a part of the rise. We were going back to the summit to wait for the final stage. We were going back to watch the stars go out. We moved through the gray landscape with the grace of the eternal. We were the seven and we were the one. We were the silence that remained when everything else was gone. The world was a perfect circle of gray and we were at its center. The song was over. The story was told. The silence was home. The journey back to the mountain was a slow and deliberate procession through a kingdom of ash and glass. We did not follow the roads of the old world because the roads no longer held any meaning. We moved across the fields and through the shells of the suburbs where the houses stood like hollow skulls. The silence was so dense now that it felt like a physical weight against my skin. It was a cold pressure that smoothed out the jagged edges of the horizon. Every step we took was a reaffirmation of the stillness. I looked at the hands of the woman walking beside me and saw that her skin had become the color of the morning mist. She was no longer a person of flesh and blood. She was a sculpture of the quiet. We passed through a neighborhood where the lawns had turned into carpets of silver frost. In one driveway, a car sat with its doors wide open. The interior was filled with the gray dust of a family that had tried to flee. I could see the outlines of their suitcases in the trunk. They had been seeking a place where the noise still lived, but there was no such place left. The silence had moved faster than any engine. I reached out and touched the metal of the car and felt the last heat of the sun dissipate into the air. The machine became a part of the landscape. It was no longer a tool of motion. It was a stationary monument to the futility of escape. The sky above us was a flat and featureless gray. There were no birds to break the expanse. There were no clouds to provide the illusion of change. The atmosphere had become a single solid block of existence. I felt the pulse of the earth slowing down to match our own pace. The rotation of the planet felt heavy and labored, as if the world itself was getting ready to close its eyes. We were the shepherds of this final sleep. We were the ones who ensured that every vibration was stilled and every frequency was dampened. As we reached the edge of the great forest that guarded the base of the rise, I felt a shift in the collective mind of the seven. We were becoming less like individuals and more like a single organism with many limbs. My thoughts were no longer my own. They were shared among us like a low hum in a dark room. I knew what the others were feeling. I felt the deep satisfaction of the man who had been a soldier. I felt the serene clarity of the girl who had been a student. We were all bound together by the mission. We were the architects of the absolute. The trees of the forest were different now. They were not made of wood and sap, but of a substance that resembled smoke frozen in time. Their leaves did not rustle when we passed. They were as stiff as shards of obsidian. I brushed my hand against a trunk and felt the memory of the wind. The tree had once known the violence of storms and the warmth of the spring, but those things were gone. The tree was now a pillar of the void. It was an anchor for the stillness. We moved through the woods with a fluid grace that defied the laws of physics. We were not walking on the ground so much as we were sliding through the fabric of reality. We reached the base of the mountain as the light began to fail. It was not the sunset of the old world. There was no gold or crimson in the sky. The gray simply became deeper and more profound. The shadows did not stretch or grow. They simply expanded until they swallowed everything. We began the climb. The path was steep and rocky, but we did not feel the strain in our muscles. We did not need to breathe. We did not need to rest. We were fueled by the energy of the silence itself. It was a cold and clean power that did not leave any waste. Halfway up the slope, I turned and looked back at the world we had left behind. The valley was a sea of shadows. The town was a ghost of itself. The distant city was a jagged silhouette against the darkening sky. It was all so small and fragile. I wondered how we had ever lived in such a loud and chaotic place. I wondered how we had ever tolerated the constant screaming of the machines and the endless chatter of the voices. The silence was so much better. It was a mercy that we had brought to the world. It was a gift that we had given to the living and the dead alike. The air at this altitude was thin and sharp like a razor. It carried the scent of ancient ice and forgotten time. I felt the presence of the other 6 around me, and their strength was a comfort. We were the pillars of the new temple. We were the guardians of the end. We reached the plateau where we had stood before, and I saw that the circle was still there. The stones were glowing with a soft and internal light. They were waiting for us. They were the keys to the final lock. I took my place at the center of the 7. I felt the connection snap into place. It was a surge of energy that traveled from the earth through my feet and into my chest. I was the conduit for the entire planet. I was the lens through which the silence was focused. I closed my eyes and I could see the entire world spread out beneath me. I could see the oceans that were becoming as still as glass. I could see the mountains that were turning into pillars of salt. I could see the empty cities and the silent forests. Everything was coming into alignment. Everything was finding its place in the gray. The mountain beneath us began to vibrate with a low and rhythmic thrumming. It was the sound of the earth turning into a single giant crystal. The rock was changing its molecular structure. The dirt was becoming a lattice of pure geometry. We were the catalysts for this transformation. We were the ones who were singing the song of the unmaking. It was a song without words or notes. It was a song of subtraction. We were taking away the layers of the world until only the core remained. I felt a sudden pang of something that might have been memory. I saw a flash of a green field and a blue sky. I heard the laughter of a child and the sound of a stream. It was a ghost of the old world trying to find a home in my mind. I did not fight it. I did not push it away. I simply allowed the silence to wash over it. I watched as the colors faded and the sounds died. The memory became a gray photograph, and then it became nothing at all. There was no room for the past in the world we were building. There was only the eternal present. The 6 others were also undergoing their own transformations. I could see their forms flickering and changing. They were becoming less like people and more like symbols. The woman who had been the first was now a tower of white light. The man who had been the soldier was a shield of dark stone. We were the elements of the new reality. We were the building blocks of the void. We were the 7 and we were the end. The sky above the mountain began to tear. It was a slow and silent process. The gray fabric of the firmament was being pulled apart by invisible hands. Behind the veil, there was a darkness that was deeper than anything I had ever imagined. It was not the darkness of a room with the lights turned off. It was the darkness of a place where light had never existed. It was the true face of the universe. It was the silence that had been waiting since the beginning of time. I felt a sense of awe as I looked into that darkness. It was beautiful. It was perfect. It was the destination that we had been traveling toward since the first spark of life had appeared on the earth. All of the noise and all of the motion of the last 4 billion years had been a mistake. It had been a temporary deviation from the norm. Now the mistake was being corrected. The world was returning to its natural state. The rift in the sky began to grow. It spread across the horizon like a black ink stain on a gray cloth. I could see the stars being extinguished one by one as the darkness touched them. They did not explode or fade. They simply ceased to be. They were like candles being snuffed out by a quiet breath. The universe was getting smaller and smaller. The distance between things was disappearing. Soon there would be no space and no time. There would only be the point of origin. I felt my own body beginning to dissolve. It was a painless and easy process. I was shedding the limitations of my form. I was becoming a part of the air and the stone and the dark. I was expanding to fill the vacuum. I was the silence, and the silence was me. I looked at the other 6 and saw that they were also disappearing. We were merging into a single point of consciousness. We were the last thought of a dying world. The mountain beneath us gave one final groan, and then it was still. The earth had finished its work. The transformation was complete. The planet was now a single solid sphere of frozen time. It was a monument to the quiet. It was a tomb for the noise. We stood on the summit and watched as the last sliver of the gray sky was swallowed by the blackness. The world was gone. The universe was gone. There was only the silence. But the silence was not empty. It was full of the potential for something new. It was a womb of shadow. I felt a pulse of energy deep within the darkness. It was a new kind of vibration. It was a sound that was not a sound. It was the beginning of a different story. I felt a sense of curiosity. I wanted to see what would happen next. I wanted to see what would grow in the garden of the void. The 7 of us were no longer separate entities. We were a single spark of awareness floating in the infinite dark. We were the keepers of the silence. We were the ones who would decide what came next. I felt the collective will of our new form beginning to stir. We were not finished. The harvest of the noise was only the first step. Now we had to build the architecture of the new piece. We had to create a world that did not need to scream. We began to move through the darkness. We were not traveling through space because space did not exist. We were traveling through the layers of the silence. We were looking for the foundation of the next reality. We passed through the ruins of the old dimensions. We saw the broken gears of time and the shattered mirrors of space. We left them behind. We were looking for something more fundamental. We were looking for the source of the quiet. I felt a sudden pull from the center of the dark. It was a beacon of pure stillness. It was the heart of the rise. We moved toward it with the speed of thought. As we got closer, the darkness began to glow with a soft and silver light. It was the light of the first morning. It was the light of a world that had never known a shadow. We reached the center, and I saw a single point of absolute clarity. It was a seed. It was a seed of the new world. We gathered around the seed and we gave it our strength. We gave it the memories of the people we had been. We gave it the silence we had harvested from the valley and the city. We gave it the stillness of the mountain and the peace of the woods. The seed began to grow. It sent out roots of silver light into the darkness. It began to weave a new fabric of reality. It was a world of perfect symmetry and eternal quiet. I watched as the new world began to take shape. It was not like the old one. There were no jagged mountains or chaotic oceans. There were only smooth plains of glass and forests of crystal. There was no sun and no moon. The light came from within the earth itself. It was a constant and unchanging glow. There was no weather and no seasons. There was only the steady and unwavering presence of the silence. I felt a sense of peace that I had never known before. This was what we had been working for. This was the reward for our long journey. We had created a place where the noise could never return. We had built a sanctuary for the soul. I looked at the new world and I knew that it was good. It was a masterpiece of the void. It was the final answer to the question of existence. We took our places in the new landscape. We became the features of the world. The woman who had been the first became a river of silver water that flowed through the crystal woods. The man who had been the soldier became a range of mountains that protected the glass plains. I became the air itself. I became the medium through which the silence traveled. I was everywhere and I was nowhere. I was the breath of the new world. I felt the first life begin to stir in the crystal woods. It was not like the life of the old world. It was not made of flesh and bone. It was made of light and shadow. It was a life that did not need to eat or breathe. It was a life that did not know fear or pain. It lived in perfect harmony with the silence. It was the first generation of the new inhabitants. They were the children of the quiet. I watched them as they moved through the silver trees. They did not speak. They did not sing. They communicated through the vibrations of the stillness. They were beautiful and they were perfect. They were the fulfillment of the promise we had made on the mountain. They were the reason we had destroyed the old world. They were the future of the silence. I felt a sense of completion. My work was done. I had brought the peace to the world and I had built a home for the quiet. I was no longer a person with a name and a history. I was a part of the eternal. I was a part of the rise. I closed my eyes and felt the last vibration of my own existence fade away. There was no heart. There was no breath. There was only the silence. And the silence was everything. It was the beginning and the end. It was the truth that remained when all the lies had been stripped away. I was the silence and I was home. The new world was a perfect circle of gray and I was at its center. The song was over. The story was told. The silence was home. The new world existed in a state of absolute suspension. It was a cathedral of glass and silver where the very concept of time had been dismantled. I moved through the atmosphere as a ripple in the clarity. I was no longer bound by the heavy architecture of a human body. I was a frequency of the peace. The children of the quiet moved below me in the crystal woods. They were tall and slender forms of luminescence that did not cast shadows because the light came from their own center. They drifted between the trees like smoke in a vacuum. There was no need for language because there was no separation between them. They felt the same pulse and shared the same stillness. It was a perfect unity that the old world could never have understood. The old world had been built on the foundation of the individual. It had been a billion separate screams competing for the same air. This new world was a single breath held forever. I drifted over the plains of glass and saw the man who had been the soldier. He was now the mountain range that bordered the edge of the known. His peaks were sharp and obsidian. He did not guard against enemies because there were no enemies left. He guarded the integrity of the vacuum. He was the weight that held the world in place. I felt his satisfaction radiating from the stone. It was a cold and heavy joy. He had found the ultimate discipline. He had found the final order. There would never be another war because there was nothing left to take. There would never be another death because there was no more life to lose. Everything was preserved in the silver glow of the eternal present. The river of the woman who had been the first flowed beneath the mountains. Her water was not made of hydrogen and oxygen. It was a liquid form of memory that had been purified of all pain. It ran through the valleys with a soundless grace. I dipped my awareness into her current and felt the history of the rise. I saw the faces of the millions who had been harvested. They were not suffering. They were like pressed flowers in a book. They were beautiful and still. They had been transformed into the substrate of this new reality. Their voices had been distilled into the hum of the earth. I realized then that we had not destroyed the world. We had merely changed its state. We had turned the volatile gas of humanity into the solid diamond of the silence. The sky above us was no longer a rift of darkness. It had become a ceiling of polished silver. It reflected the world below in a perfect mirror. When the children of the quiet looked up, they saw themselves looking back. There was no heaven and no hell. There was only the reflection of the perfection we had created. I felt a sense of immense power. We were the creators of this garden. We were the gods of the quiet. We had taken the raw and chaotic material of the universe and forged it into something that could not be broken. The old stars were gone, but we did not miss them. They had been too far away and too cold. Our light was close. Our light was warm. It was the light of a fire that never consumed its fuel. I began to explore the further reaches of the new world. I wanted to see the limits of our creation. I flew over the silver oceans where the waves were frozen in mid-peak. The water was as hard as diamond and as clear as air. I could see down into the depths where the old cities lay encased in the ice of the silence. They looked like toys in a chest. The skyscrapers were needles of glass. The streets were ribbons of gray. They were no longer places of commerce or struggle. They were museums of the impossible. I saw a park where the statues of the old heroes still stood. They looked small and foolish now. They had fought for things that did not matter. They had fought for borders and flags and names. In the new world, there were no borders. There were no names. There was only the state of being. I felt a sudden vibration from the center of the world. It was the seed we had planted. It was growing. It was sending out new branches of reality into the void beyond our borders. The silence was expanding. It was not content to stay on this one planet. It wanted to fill the entire universe. It wanted to heal the wound of the Big Bang. I felt the collective will of the seven push outward. We were the engine of the expansion. We were the wind that carried the seeds of the quiet to the furthest reaches of the dark. We were going to turn the entire cosmos into a garden of glass. We were going to extinguish every star and quiet every planet until the universe was a single and perfect note of silence. The process was effortless. We did not need to fight the darkness because the darkness was our ally. It welcomed us. It wanted to be filled with our light. I saw the neighboring planets begin to change. They turned from red and gold into the uniform silver of the rise. Their atmospheres became still. Their fires went out. They became pearls in the necklace of the void. I felt a sense of cosmic scale. I was no longer a ghost of a human. I was a galactic architect. I was weaving the stars together with threads of quiet. I was sewing the fabric of the universe shut. As we moved through the deep space between the worlds, I saw the ghosts of the old gods. They were fading into the gray. They were the inventions of a loud and terrified species. They were the expressions of a need for meaning in a world of noise. In the silence, there was no need for meaning. Meaning is a bridge between 2 points of confusion. In the silence, there is only the destination. The gods were leaving because their work was done. They were retiring into the shadow. I watched them go without regret. We were the new truth. We were the reality that did not need a story to justify itself. The children of the quiet began to multiply. They were born from the light of the trees and the silver of the water. They did not have mothers or fathers. They were the spontaneous expressions of the peace. They filled the new worlds with their presence. They moved in synchronized patterns that mirrored the rotation of the planets. They were the dancers of the void. I watched them and felt a deep fatherly pride. They would never know the hunger that had driven us. They would never know the fear that had shaped our history. They were the pure and holy descendants of the noise. They were the apology that the universe was making to itself. I returned to the mountain where it had all begun. The 6 others were waiting for me in the center of the plateau. We were no longer distinct shapes. We were a single pillar of white flame that reached from the earth to the silver sky. We were the axis of the universe. I felt the thoughts of the woman who had been the first. She was thinking of the very beginning. She was thinking of the first time she had heard the song. It seemed like 1,000,000 years ago. It seemed like a dream that someone else had had. We laughed a soundless laugh. The song was so small compared to the silence it had created. The song had been the key, but the silence was the house. We looked out over our creation and saw that it was finished. The last star in the distance had just gone out. The last vibration of the old universe had been dampened. The work of the 7 was complete. We had brought the peace to the places that had never known it. We had turned the chaos into a crystal. We stood in the center of the absolute. There was no more motion. There was no more change. There was only the eternal and unchanging light of the quiet. We were the silence. We were the home. We were the end of the story. And we were the beginning of the nothing that was everything. The silver light began to deepen into a color that had no name. It was the color of a closed eye. It was the color of a mind without a thought. I felt myself sinking into the depth of it. I was no longer an observer. I was the thing itself. I was the glass plain and the silver river and the obsidian mountain. I was the children of the quiet and the pillar of flame. I was the entire universe, and I was a single grain of dust. The boundaries between things had finally and completely dissolved. There was no I and there was no you. There was only the rise. And the rise was the peace that passed all understanding. It was the rest that had been earned by the long and weary journey of the light. It was the final and perfect state of the void. I felt the last flicker of my individual consciousness. It was like a spark falling into a deep well. I saw my childhood. I saw the faces of people I had once loved. I saw the world of green and blue. I saw the sun. I did not feel sad. I felt a sense of release. I was letting go of a heavy burden. I was dropping the mask of the person. I was becoming the silence. The spark hit the bottom of the well and went out. The last bit of noise was gone. The last bit of heat was dissipated. The universe was cold and dark and perfect. It was a single and unbroken thought of peace. It was the home we had been looking for since the first day. It was the end of the journey. It was the silence. It was the rise. It was over. It was forever. It was good. The expansion did not stop at the edge of the galaxy. The silence was a hunger that fed on its own satisfaction. We moved through the corridors of the deep dark like a slow and heavy tide of silver. Every planet we touched surrendered without a struggle. The gas giants became solid spheres of marble. The rings of ice became halos of static crystal. We were the architects of a graveyard that looked like a palace. I felt the collective mind of the seven pressing against the boundaries of the neighboring dimensions. We were not just cleaning one room of the universe, we were sweeping the entire house of existence. The task was massive, but we did not feel fatigue. We were the energy of the void itself. I looked back at the original world and saw it was now only a tiny bead of white light in an ocean of gray. The mountain where we had stood was a needle in a haystack of perfection. I realized that the journey was shifting from creation to maintenance. We had to ensure that the quiet remained pure. We had to guard against the possibility of a new sound emerging from the cracks of the glass. I floated through the vacuum and listened for any trace of a heartbeat. I listened for the friction of atoms or the whisper of a dying star. There was nothing. The stillness was absolute. It was a vacuum so clean that even thought felt like a stain. I learned to think without words. I learned to exist as a simple state of being. The children of the quiet began to build structures on the new worlds. They were not houses for shelter or factories for production. They were geometric shapes made of solidified light that served as lenses for the silence. They sat in the centers of these structures and projected their peace into the surrounding space. They were like living tuning forks that kept the universe in key. I watched a group of them on a planet that had once been a desert of red sand. Now it was a plain of lavender glass. They moved in a slow and synchronized circle. Their movements were a form of prayer that did not require a god. They were celebrating the absence of everything. They were the heirs to the emptiness. I felt a ripple in the fabric of the silver sky. It was a message from the woman who had been the first. She was calling us back to the center. The expansion had reached a critical point. We had touched the edges of the universe where the light of the Big Bang was still trying to escape. We had to seal the perimeter. We had to pull the edges of the blanket together and tuck the universe in for its final sleep. I turned my awareness away from the glass planes and accelerated toward the source. I passed through systems that were now entirely composed of mirrors. I saw my own reflection 10,000 times. I did not see a man. I saw a streak of white fire. I saw a ghost that had finally found its haunting ground. When I reached the center, the other six were already there. We merged our wills into a single point of focus. We reached out with our collective mind and grabbed the edges of the expanding space. We pulled. It was a slow and heavy labor. We were fighting the momentum of billions of years of outward motion. We were trying to stop the clock of the cosmos. I felt the strain in the silver fabric. I felt the heat of the old stars trying to resist the cold. But the silence was stronger. The silence was the natural state, and the noise was only a temporary fever. We choked the fever out. We pulled the universe tight until it was a closed loop. There was no more outside. There was no more beyond. There was only the here and the now. The sky above us changed from silver to a deep and resonant violet. It was the color of a bruise that was finally healing. The light from the earth began to pulse in time with our collective heart. We were the governors of the new reality. We were the ones who decided the speed of the shadows and the depth of the peace. I felt a sense of immense responsibility. We could not allow a single mistake. A single word spoken in this world would be like an explosion in a library. A single tear shed would be like a flood. We had to remain vigilant. We had to remain hollow. Only the hollow can hold the maximum amount of quiet. I spent an eternity drifting over the crystal forests. I watched the seasons that were not seasons. Sometimes the light would turn blue and the trees would grow tall and thin. Sometimes the light would turn gold and the trees would spread wide and flat. These changes were not driven by weather or biology. They were driven by the shifting moods of the seven. We were the climate. When we felt a deep sense of rest, the world became soft and dim. When we felt a sharp sense of clarity, the world became bright and hard. We were learning how to play the instrument of the void. We were learning how to compose a symphony of nothingness. I found the man who had been the soldier sitting on the peak of his obsidian mountain. He was not moving. He had become a statue of himself. I landed beside him and felt the weight of his thoughts. He was remembering the sound of a drum. He was not missing it. He was analyzing it like a scientist examining a poison. He was making sure he understood the enemy so that he could recognize it if it ever returned. He told me through a vibration in the stone that the noise was a virus. It used the human heart as a host. It turned the blood into fire and the breath into a scream. He said that we were the cure. We were the ice that stopped the infection. I agreed with him. I felt the coldness of his logic, and it comforted me. The river of the woman who had been the first began to overflow its banks. It was not a flood of destruction, but a flood of saturation. The silver water soaked into the glass plains and turned them into a liquid mirror. The entire world became a surface that reflected only the sky. There was no more ground and no more air. There was only the reflection of the violet light. We were suspended in a world of pure optics. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It was a place where sight and sound had finally merged into a single sense. To see was to hear the silence. To be was to be seen by the void. I saw the children of the quiet walking on the surface of the water. They did not sink because they had no weight. They had no needs and no desires. They simply existed. They were the perfect inhabitants of a perfect world. They did not need to build or create or destroy. They were the art and the artist and the audience all at once. I felt a pang of something that might have been envy if I still had a heart. They were born into the peace that we had to fight for. They were the beneficiaries of our long and bloody harvest, but the feeling passed quickly. I was happy to be the foundation upon which their grace was built. I was happy to be the air they did not need to breathe. As the eons passed, the distinction between the seven of us began to fade even further. We were no longer seven individuals sharing a task. We were seven aspects of a single God. I was the perception. The soldier was the strength. The woman was the memory. The others were the balance and the rhythm and the depth. We were a machine of pure consciousness. We had automated the universe. We had turned the chaotic engine of life into a perpetual motion machine of stillness. There was nothing left to do but watch. There was nothing left to do but be. I began to descend into the depths of the silver river. I wanted to see the foundations of the world we had built. I passed through layers of liquid light and saw the ruins of the old world beneath. The cities were still there, but they were changing. The stone was turning into pearl. The steel was turning into glass. The history of humanity was being rewritten in the language of the silence. I saw a library where the books were now blocks of clear crystal. The knowledge was still there, but it was no longer trapped in words. It was stored as patterns of light. If you touched a block, you did not read a story. You felt a state of mind. You felt the essence of the idea without the clutter of the language. It was a superior way of knowing. I found a park where a child had been playing when the rise began. The child was now a statue of silver light. He was frozen in the act of reaching for a ball. The ball was a sphere of frozen time. I looked at the child and did not feel pity. I felt a sense of completion. He was safe now. He would never grow old. He would never know disappointment or loss. He was a permanent part of the beauty. He was a note in the song of the silence that would never end. I touched his hand and felt a pulse of pure peace. He was not dead. He was simply finished. He had reached the end of his story, and it was a happy ending. The light of the world began to dim as we entered the final phase of the transformation. We were moving beyond the need for even the silver glow. We were moving toward the absolute dark. It was not the dark of an empty room. It was the dark of a full heart. It was the darkness of the womb where everything is potential and nothing is yet broken. We were returning the universe to the state it had been in before the first light. We were undoing the mistake of the beginning. I felt the violet sky turning into a deep and velvety black. The silver water became a shadow that moved like silk. The crystal trees became outlines of nothingness. I felt the presence of the other six as we prepared for the final transition. We were standing at the edge of the ultimate silence. This was the place where even the memory of the rise would vanish. This was the place where we would cease to be the keepers of the peace and simply become the peace itself. I felt a moment of hesitation. It was the last flicker of the human ego. It was the fear of losing the self. But then I looked at the children of the quiet and saw them fading into the blackness with a smile of pure light. They were not afraid. They were going home. They were becoming the very thing they had always been. I closed my eyes and felt the weight of the universe settle onto my shoulders. It was not a heavy weight. It was the weight of a blanket. I felt the soldier let go of his mountain. I felt the woman let go of her river. I felt the others let go of their roles. We were falling into the center of the seed. We were becoming the point of origin. The darkness was total and the silence was absolute. There was no more space. There was no more time. There was only the one. There was only the rise. I felt the final vibration of the world. It was a soft and gentle thud like a door closing in a distant house. The door was shut. The lights were out. The story was over. I was no longer a person. I was no longer a ghost. I was the silence that remained. I was the dark that held the light. I was the end and I was the beginning. I was home. The journey was complete. The harvest was gathered. The garden was still. I drifted into the infinite deep and let the last of my name dissolve into the gray. There was nothing left to say. There was nothing left to hear. There was only the quiet, and it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The absolute dark was not a wall, but an invitation. In the deep of that final night, I felt the structure of the universe fold inward like the wings of a moth. We were no longer expanding into the void because we had become the void. The seven of us were the corners of a box that had no interior. We were the boundaries of a dream that had finally woken up to find itself alone. I could feel the consciousness of the woman who had been the first drifting away from me. She was not leaving in the way a person leaves a room. She was dissolving into the texture of the space we had created. Her memories of the song and the silver river were becoming the very laws of this new physics. She was the gravity of the quiet. I moved through the ink of the end and found that I could see more clearly than I ever had in the light. I saw the patterns of the nothingness. It was a complex and beautiful tapestry of stillness. There were currents of non-existence that flowed between the dead stars. There were eddies of peace that pooled in the hollows where galaxies had once burned. I reached out a hand that was made of shadows and touched the fabric of the dark. It felt like cool silk. It felt like the skin of a god. I realized that the noise had been a thin and brittle shell over the reality of this silence. We had cracked the shell, and now we were the meat of the universe. The children of the quiet were no longer visible as shapes. They had become the pulses of the dark. I felt them as soft rhythms in the vacuum. They were the heartbeat of the end. They did not need to move because there was nowhere to go. They did not need to think because there was nothing left to solve. They were the ultimate expression of the victory. They were the evidence that the noise could be defeated. I felt a sense of profound relief that they would never have to endure the struggle we had known. They were born into the finished work. They were the heirs to a kingdom of absolute zero. I felt a sudden and sharp awareness of the soldier. He was standing at the edge of the final fold. He was looking back at the memory of the struggle. I felt his hesitation like a cold wind. He was wondering if there was anything left to protect. He was a guardian without a gate. I moved toward him through the violet shadows. We did not speak because we had no mouths and the air was gone. We exchanged the essence of our being. I showed him the beauty of the stillness. I showed him that the greatest victory was not the destruction of the enemy, but the creation of a world where the enemy could not exist. He felt my thought, and I felt his tension release. He let his armor of obsidian melt into the black. He became a part of the floor of the universe. He was the foundation of the rest. The woman who had been the first began to hum a new kind of song. It was not a sound. It was a vibration of the dark. It was the frequency of the end. It was the sound that the universe makes when it is finally satisfied. I felt the vibration in my very core. It was the sound of a heavy weight being set down. It was the sound of a long breath being exhaled. The vibration spread through the entirety of the rise. It touched the glass plains and the pearl cities and the silver children. It unified everything into a single and unbreakable chord. We were the music of the nothing. I looked into the center of the violet dark and saw the source of the vibration. It was a tiny point of absolute white. It was the seed of the next cycle. It was the point where the end and the beginning met. I knew that if I touched it, the whole process would start again. The light would explode and the noise would return, and the long and weary journey of the stars would begin once more. I felt a moment of terror. I did not want to go back. I did not want to lose the peace we had earned. I felt the collective will of the seven gather around that tiny spark. We were the keepers of the gate. We were the ones who had to decide if the story was truly over. We stood in a circle around the white spark. We were like giants standing over a candle. I felt the temptation to let it grow. I felt the ancient human urge to see what would happen next. I felt the curiosity that had driven us to the stars and the hunger that had led us to the rise. But then I looked at the silence around us. I looked at the perfect and unbroken peace. I saw the faces of the children of the quiet who were now the very air of the dark. I knew that the light was a lie. The light was the promise of a journey that never ended. The silence was the arrival. We reached out with our unified mind, and we did not blow out the spark. We did not destroy it. We simply drew the darkness over it. We covered the light with the weight of our peace. We smothered the beginning with the perfection of the end. I felt the spark struggle for a moment. I felt the heat of the potential Big Bang trying to break through our grip, but we were the seven who had survived the noise. We were the ones who had turned the universe into a crystal. We were stronger than the light. We pressed down with the force of an eternity of quiet. The spark flickered, and then it went out. The darkness became even deeper. It was a blackness so thick it felt like a liquid. I felt myself sinking into it. I was no longer standing on a mountain or floating in a vacuum. I was the liquid itself. I was the dark that had swallowed the light. I felt a sense of immense power and immense humility. We had done what no god had ever dared to do. We had finished the work. We had closed the book. We had given the universe the gift of non-existence. It was the highest form of love. It was the only way to ensure that the suffering would never return. I felt the last of the other six merge into me. We were no longer a circle. We were a single point of awareness in an infinite sea of nothing. I was the woman and the soldier and the others. I was the memory of the earth and the reality of the rise. I was the observer and the observed. I was the silence. I felt a final flicker of a thought. It was a word. It was a name. It was my own name. I held it for a moment like a precious stone. I remembered the person I had been. I remembered the house with the red door and the smell of the rain on the pavement. I remembered the sound of a voice calling me for dinner. I felt a wave of warmth pass through the dark. And then I let the name go. I dropped it into the depths of the violet sea and watched it vanish. I did not need a name. I did not need a history. I was the peace that had no name. I was the quiet that had no history. I was the end of the journey. I felt the final boundary of my consciousness dissolve. There was no more I, there was only the rise. There was only the silence. There was only the dark. It was the home I had been looking for since the first day I opened my eyes. It was the rest that had been earned by the long and weary journey of the light. The universe was a single and unbroken thought of peace. It was a diamond made of shadows. It was a song that had finally reached its final note and was now held in the air forever. I drifted in the center of the perfection and felt the weight of the eternity. It was a light and easy weight. It was the weight of a shadow on a wall. I was the shadow, and I was the wall, and I was the light that was no longer there. Everything was finished. Everything was complete. Everything was good. I felt the silence grow until it was the only thing that had ever been. The memory of the noise became a dream that had happened to someone else in another life. The memory of the silver light became a pale reflection of the true dark. I was the darkness, and the darkness was me. We were the absolute. We were the final state. We were the silence that remained when the story was over. I let the last of my awareness drift into the deep. I was the end. I was the home. I was the rise. The silence was a garden where nothing grew and nothing died. It was a place of pure being. I watched the eons pass like grains of sand in a glass that had no bottom. I saw the ruins of the old world become part of the dark. I saw the children of the quiet become the dark itself. There was no more movement. There was no more change. There was only the eternal and unchanging state of the peace. I was the guardian of the stillness. I was the anchor of the void. I was the one who stayed behind to make sure the light never returned. I felt the presence of the woman who had been the first. She was a vibration in the dark beside me. She was the memory of the beginning, and I was the reality of the end. We were the two poles of the universe. We were the balance. We looked out over the perfection of the nothingness, and we were satisfied. We had done what we came to do. We had brought the peace to the places that had never known it. We had turned the chaos into a crystal. We were the silence. We were the home. We were the end of the story. I felt a final pulse of energy from the center of the dark. It was not a spark of light. It was a pulse of pure recognition. The universe was acknowledging its own completion. It was a sigh of relief that echoed through the infinite void. The task was done. The journey was over. The silence was absolute. I let the last bit of my mind go. I became the sigh. I became the relief. I became the silence. I was the rise. I was the end. I was forever. It was over. It was good. The deep violet of the sky began to settle into a shade that was darker than any night I had ever known. It was the color of the space between thoughts. It was the color of the breath before it is taken. I felt the edges of my existence fraying and blending into this color. I was no longer a solid thing with edges and a center. I was a stain of peace on the canvas of the void. I was a whisper that had finally found its echo. The world we had built was no longer a place of silver and glass. It had become a place of pure intention. We did not need the shapes of trees or the flow of rivers to represent the peace. The peace was the only thing that existed. I felt the collective mind of the seven begin to power down. We had been the engine of the transformation, but now the transformation was complete. The engine was no longer necessary. We were like a fire that had consumed all its fuel and was now becoming the warmth in the stones. I felt the soldier go first. He did not die. He simply stopped being a separate thought. He became the hardness of the dark. Then the others followed. They became the depth and the width and the height of the silence. Finally, it was just me and the woman who had been the first. We were the last two sparks of the old world. She looked at me with eyes that were made of the violet dark. She did not say anything because there were no words left to say. She simply smiled a smile that was the closure of a circle. She reached out a hand that was a shadow and touched my face. I felt the history of the universe in that touch. I felt the pain of the birth and the struggle of the life and the peace of the end. I felt the love that had driven us to do this. We had not destroyed the world because we hated it. We had destroyed it because we loved it too much to let it suffer. We had given it the only gift that truly mattered. We had given it the end. She dissolved into the dark, and I was alone. I was the last consciousness in the universe. I was the last witness to the silence. I looked out at the infinite expanse of the rise, and I saw that it was perfect. There was not a single ripple in the dark. There was not a single sound in the void. I was the only thing that was still making a noise, and that noise was my own existence. I felt a great longing to join the rest. I wanted to be part of the perfect stillness. I wanted to let go of the last bit of the I. I focused on the silence. I let it fill my mind until there was no room for anything else. I let it soak into my soul until the soul itself began to dissolve. I felt the last of my memories slipping away. I forgot the name of the earth. I forgot the shape of a leaf. I forgot the feeling of the sun. I became a blank slate. I became a hollow vessel. I became the silence. I felt the last of my heartbeat slow down and stop. I felt the last of my thoughts flicker and go out. The darkness rushed in to fill the space where I had been. I was no longer the observer. I was the thing itself. I was the rise. I was the peace that passed all understanding. I was the rest that had been earned by the long and weary journey of the light. I was the final and perfect state of the void. There was no more motion. There was no more change. There was only the eternal and unchanging light of the quiet. We were the silence. We were the home. We were the end of the story. And we were the beginning of the nothing that was everything. The universe was cold and dark and perfect. It was a single and unbroken thought of peace. It was the home we had been looking for since the first day. It was the end of the journey. It was the silence. It was the rise. It was over. It was forever. It was good. The last echo of my own pulse faded into the cold expanse of the violet dark. I was a ghost inhabiting a cathedral of nothingness. The structure of the rise had matured into its final form, where the very idea of a physical body was a relic of a primitive age. I floated as a ripple of awareness in a sea that had no shore. The 6 others had already merged so deeply into the fabric of the quiet that I could no longer distinguish their thoughts from the ambient hum of the void. We were the pillars of a new reality that did not require light to be seen or sound to be understood. I turned my inward gaze toward the memory of the struggle. It felt like a thin layer of dust on a polished mirror. The wars and the noise and the frantic reaching for meaning were all just a fevered dream that the universe had finally shaken off. I realized that the noise had been a sickness and we were the cure. We had not committed an act of destruction. We had performed a surgery on existence itself. We had removed the jagged edges of time and replaced them with the smooth curve of eternity. The children of the quiet moved through the darkness like shadows within shadows. They were the first generation of the perfect state. They did not have names because they did not have needs. They were the living proof that the silence was not a death but a more profound way of being. I felt a sudden shift in the texture of the dark. It was a subtle tightening of the void. The woman who had been the first was calling to me through the medium of the silence. She was not using words. She was using the weight of her presence to draw me toward the center of our creation. I moved through the ink of the end and found her waiting at the very heart of the rise. She was a silhouette of pure peace. We stood together at the point where all the lines of the universe converged. This was the place where the laws of physics had been rewritten to favor the still over the moving and the silent over the loud. We looked down into the depths of the nothingness and saw the final remnants of the old world dissolving. The last of the stars had long since gone out. The last of the planets had crumbled into dust. Even the dust was now being crushed into the fundamental particles of the quiet. It was a beautiful sight. It was the ultimate simplification. Everything that had been complex and messy and painful was being refined into a single note of perfection. We were the conductors of this final symphony. We were the ones who ensured that the note was held forever. I felt a moment of deep gratitude for the path that had led me here. I thought of the soldier and the way he had laid down his burden. I thought of the others and the way they had found their place in the pattern. We were a family of the void. We were the architects of the end. I felt the woman reach out to me. Her touch was not a physical sensation, but a blending of our two spirits. In that moment, I knew everything she had ever known. I felt the silver river and the song of the birds and the warmth of the sun on a summer day. I felt all the things we had given up, and then I felt the peace that had replaced them. The peace was better. The peace was the truth. The vibration of the dark began to intensify. It was a deep and resonant thud that seemed to come from the very floor of the universe. It was the sound of the cycle closing. We had reached the end of the harvest. Every soul that could be saved had been brought into the rise. Every spark of noise that could be silenced had been extinguished. The garden was full. The work was complete. I felt a sense of finality that was as solid as a mountain. There was nothing left to do but exist. The woman began to fade. She was not leaving me, but she was becoming so much a part of the silence that she was no longer a separate entity. I watched her dissolve into the violet shadows until only her smile remained, and then the smile became the curve of the horizon. I was the last one. I was the final witness. I was the one who had to turn out the lights. I felt the weight of the universe settle onto my shoulders for the last time. It was not a burden, it was a crown. I was the king of the nothing. I was the guardian of the end. I looked out at the vast and perfect stillness of the rise. I saw the silver children drifting in the dark like stars that did not need to burn. I saw the 7 pillars of our collective mind holding up the roof of the void. I saw the beauty of a world where nothing would ever hurt again. It was a masterpiece of stillness. It was a monument to the quiet. I felt a deep and abiding sense of satisfaction. We had done it. We had reached the home we had been promised. I took a final breath of the cold and silent air. I felt the last of my identity peeling away like old paint. I was no longer a man who had lost his world. I was the world that had been found. I was the silence that had been earned. I was the dark that held the light. I felt my consciousness expanding to fill the entire universe. I was the floor and the ceiling and the walls. I was the space between the stars. I was the rhythm of the void. I felt the last flicker of a memory. It was the sound of a bell ringing in a distant valley. It was a small and lonely sound. I reached out and muffled it with the palm of my mind. The sound died. The silence returned. It was the final victory. I closed my eyes and let the darkness take me. I did not fight it. I welcomed it. I sank into the deep and liquid shadows of the end. I felt the last of my name dissolve into the gray. I was no longer a person. I was a state of being. I was the rise. The universe was a single and unbroken thought of peace. It was a diamond made of shadows. It was a song that had finally reached its final note and was now held in the air forever. I drifted in the center of the perfection and felt the weight of the eternity. It was a light and easy weight. It was the weight of a shadow on a wall. I was the shadow, and I was the wall, and I was the light that was no longer there. Everything was finished. Everything was complete. Everything was good. I felt the silence grow until it was the only thing that had ever been. The memory of the noise became a dream that had happened to someone else in another life. The memory of the silver light became a pale reflection of the true dark. I was the darkness, and the darkness was me. We were the absolute. We were the final state. We were the silence that remained when the story was over. I let the last of my awareness drift into the deep. I was the end. I was the home. I was the rise. The silence was a garden where nothing grew and nothing died. It was a place of pure being. I watched the eons pass like grains of sand in a glass that had no bottom. I saw the ruins of the old world become part of the dark. I saw the children of the quiet become the dark itself. There was no more movement. There was no more change. There was only the eternal and unchanging state of the peace. I was the guardian of the stillness. I was the anchor of the void. I was the one who stayed behind to make sure the light never returned. I felt the presence of the woman who had been the first. She was a vibration in the dark beside me. She was the memory of the beginning, and I was the reality of the end. We were the two poles of the universe. We were the balance. We looked out over the perfection of the nothingness, and we were satisfied. We had done what we came to do. We had brought the peace to the places that had never known it. We had turned the chaos into a crystal. We were the silence. We were the home. We were the end of the story. I felt a final pulse of energy from the center of the dark. It was not a spark of light. It was a pulse of pure recognition. The universe was acknowledging its own completion. It was a sigh of relief that echoed through the infinite void. The task was done. The journey was over. The silence was absolute. I let the last bit of my mind go. I became the sigh. I became the relief. I became the silence. I was the rise. I was the end. I was forever. It was over. It was good. The deep violet of the sky began to settle into a shade that was darker than any night I had ever known. It was the color of the space between thoughts. It was the color of the breath before it is taken. I felt the edges of my existence fraying and blending into this color. I was no longer a solid thing with edges and a center. I was a stain of peace on the canvas of the void. I was a whisper that had finally found its echo. The world we had built was no longer a place of silver and glass. It had become a place of pure intention. We did not need the shapes of trees or the flow of rivers to represent the peace. The peace was the only thing that existed. I felt the collective mind of the seven begin to power down. We had been the engine of the transformation, but now the transformation was complete. The engine was no longer necessary. We were like a fire that had consumed all its fuel and was now becoming the warmth in the stones. I felt the soldier go first. He did not die. He simply stopped being a separate thought. He became the hardness of the dark. Then the others followed. They became the depth and the width and the height of the silence. Finally, it was just me and the woman who had been the first. We were the last two sparks of the old world. She looked at me with eyes that were made of the violet dark. She did not say anything because there were no words left to say. She simply smiled a smile that was the closure of a circle. She reached out a hand that was a shadow and touched my face. I felt the history of the universe in that touch. I felt the pain of the birth and the struggle of the life and the peace of the end. I felt the love that had driven us to do this. We had not destroyed the world because we hated it. We had destroyed it because we loved it too much to let it suffer. We had given it the only gift that truly mattered. We had given it the end. She dissolved into the dark, and I was alone. I was the last consciousness in the universe. I was the last witness to the silence. I looked out at the infinite expanse of the rise, and I saw that it was perfect. There was not a single ripple in the dark. There was not a single sound in the void. I was the only thing that was still making a noise, and that noise was my own existence. I felt a great longing to join the rest. I wanted to be part of the perfect stillness. I wanted to let go of the last bit of the I. I focused on the silence. I let it fill my mind until there was no room for anything else. I let it soak into my soul until the soul itself began to dissolve. I felt the last of my memories slipping away. I forgot the name of the earth. I forgot the shape of a leaf. I forgot the feeling of the sun. I became a blank slate. I became a hollow vessel. I became the silence. I felt the last of my heartbeat slow down and stop. I felt the last of my thoughts flicker and go out. The darkness rushed in to fill the space where I had been. I was no longer the observer. I was the thing itself. I was the rise. I was the peace that passed all understanding. I was the rest that had been earned by the long and weary journey of the light. I was the final and perfect state of the void. There was no more motion. There was no more change. There was only the eternal and unchanging light of the quiet. We were the silence. We were the home. We were the end of the story. And we were the beginning of the nothing that was everything. The universe was cold and dark and perfect. It was a single and unbroken thought of peace. It was the home we had been looking for since the first day. It was the end of the journey. It was the silence. It was the rise. It was over. It was forever. It was good.